Do as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit!
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. It did not work at all.
Why, hello. Ooh, that is bright. There we go. Can't let the true sun in. That shows everybody exactly how pasty I really am. You're gonna have this fake pseudo lighting.
Fuck.
Fuck. Blanking over the 94-month resub. Are we watching the talkative try interview? I feel like I should. After yesterday, you should be nice and tanned. Why the fuck would I be tanned after yesterday? I was inside. This is the update to the patch notes. I've actually seen nothing yet, but I've been having an idea all morning, and I just want to see if anyone else is doing it. Really? Almost nobody running Bone Storm? Really? Maybe it's bad, actually. Maybe the idea is bad. Damn, it's only going to be people using that tech, isn't it? Okay. Alright, well, I don't like that tech, so never mind. What about this one right here? Is it discussing a new Holy Relic weapon? Yes, send it to me. Ooh. RT and attack speed. Oh, and we can get away with RT this time because you don't need to balance the stat. You don't need the crit. You just need the stationary part. Right. My first immediately reaction was like, wait, do you need RT? Wait, but you need to not have RT. And I was like, wait, no, hang on. You can have RT this time because of the thing. Love that we've still got a gold flask. What was the other part of that jewel anyway? Yeah, exactly. The 1-3 fizz is beautiful. I was just thinking about that and I'm like, there's nothing else I could possibly want. You've got the +1 socketed Jebel, which is like, even that's not important, but it's something, right? Even that's not important, the +1 socketed, but it's like a little something. It's just a, but you've got that. Like, what else is, there's nothing else to go there. I do love these gloves too. Ooh. +2 to socketed minions. There's one. Okay. Oh, I love the bonus rarity. The bonus rarity feels like showing off. I love it, but it feels like showing off. That is 100% showing off. Oh shit. Imagine having a level 5 woke enhance and a level 5 woke empower, and then having your normal awaken gems just be level 5 instead of level 6. It's so much cheaper to get them at 6 than it is to get an awakened enhanced level 5. Enhance for 80 div early. Yo, that's so fucking cheap. What? Oh yeah, 1 energy shield, 2 lives. 2 of them have attack speed, so good. I'm like perfectly on board with one of these not having attack speed too. Like you got 2 with attack speed. That's great. Getting one that solves resistances and gives a bunch more energy shield. Huge fan. Yo, 80 div for a level 5 enhance is insane. Like that's actually crazy. Right, I may have to just shut the door real quick. Okay. Why would these people have Bone Storm and Spark? Is it real birds? No, I have PoE open in the background and it's playing bird noises for some reason. So I've been thinking all day. That like I can't work out why Bone Storm itself isn't a build that everybody's playing. I feel like Bone Storm and Bone Cage could be like an actual build and feels like it should be an actual build. But it never seems to be. There are very few people actually running Bone Storm. But like, it feels like it should be. That nickname? What I miss? Nicky Garbage. Nice. I didn't see that. Saw people running a few weeks and then they rotated out of it. Maybe it's a bad idea. Like, if nobody's running it at all, if I can't even find any, like... Yes, hello, buddy. If I can't even find any, like, good Korean builds, maybe it's terrible. Seen the interview from today? Not yet, I haven't, no. Morning. Going to be baited into minions for the 4th time. Yeah. Just doing ability. Sure. Alright, so apparently there are new notes added. I wish they'd add these to the top. Boom. Alright, what do you got? Jesus. Okay, there's a lot of new ones for only one day, but okay. The spark grounded by... Okay, that was just a bug. That too. None of these matter. Quill burst is now supported by cooldown supports. Sure. Armor explosion is now... Armor explosion? Huh. Okay. Okay. Volcanic eruption. Sure. Skill gems. Iron Word Nova radius is now 6 meters, previously 1.8, and now still is 480% of mitigated physical damage. What the fuck is Iron Ward? While active, stores a percentage of physical damage that is prevented from your armor or other sources of physical damage reduction. Using this skill releases the stored damage into a nova. Oh. Now has a 6 meter radius instead of 1.8. Now stores 480% of mitigated damage instead of 145. Oh. That is actually quite the buff for that. That is interesting. It's only a 30 spirit thing as well. That's not very much. Lethal draw now has... yeah, whatever. The Hate Forge now has more armor. Who cares? And now gain a random charge on mixing maximum rage. No more than once every 3 to 6 seconds. Previously 1 to 3 charges. Now also grants 3 to 6 rage on hit.
WADDUP fellow minion enjoyer. Long time no chat.
The Frugal. With a 27-month resub. I mean, whatever. Rabbit Idol now grants 5% rarity instead of 8. Okay, sure. A little bit of reduced attacks. Is that reduced? I think so. Doesn't say what the old one used to be, but I swear this was just 18 and now it's 16. It was 18, right? That's not a big deal. Yeah, Emily Pee-wee in the last. Oof. Jesus. Arbiter of Ash will now phase transition at lower life and heal to full during the transition. Sure. Oh! Oh! Hold. You used to be 23 to 25. Ooh, okay. 25 to 16 is a pretty big nerf. Yeah, I bought a bar. I vaguely remember you talking about buying a bar. I guess that made you very busy. Don't do it. I mean, any business, if you've never ran a business before, you suddenly discover, oh my God, there's so much more to do. There's so much more to do. There's always something. It paid 10,000 a month to work 120 hours a week. Yep. That sounds, yep. Sounds right. Okay. This is the real interesting part here. Adjusted the following monsters and subsequently their Spectre variants. Hello, friends. Frost Wraith. Lowered Spirit. Alright, well, I need PoE DB. Put PB2DB there. I read this line in the Druid too. Yo! That looks actually fucking cool. Yo! Where is this? Oh, I can see them all right there. That's Melbourne. Ah, the one place I will probably never go. Oh no, there's a Melbourne in USA. Hold on, there's a Melbourne there. Frost Wraith. Lowered Spectre cost, reduced cooldown of some skills. Okay, we gotta look at the Frost Wraith real quick. Feeding Frenzy, Arcane Tempo, and Scatter Shot. Okay, cool. They got the slowest projectiles I've ever seen in my life. That is incredibly slow. Okay, what's the buff for them? Lowered the cost, reduced the cooldown. Whatever. Let's have a look at the next one. So this is a lightning race, which have had what done to them? Just lowered the spectre cost. I'm going back to work and close the bars here. All right. Have fun. These could be cool. They could be. Make it theater mode. They could be okay, but I'm not like super impressed with them. If it's just lowered cost, you just get more of them. I don't know if that's going to be enough. Well, I'm looking at the ones that have specifically been buffed here. Right? So lowered spectre cost is on this one. So like it won't be 88. I'm guessing they'll have lowered it to 60. Was it multiples that blew up overnight? I did. I saw that like 2 or 3 days ago. I thought it was fucking hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. All right. Not really interested in that one because even if they are better, the current specters that we use are lightning variants that are just better than that. So, but this one, improved monster AI and lower spectre cost. Vile Vulture. Okay. So these are a melee spectre. So again, the AI will be better than this, right? The AI is going to be better than this, and they're going to have a lower cost. So we don't know by how much or whatever, but you know. I mean, if they're cheap enough and their AI is even smarter, they could be very cool.
How useful.
It depends on how much they cost. Yeah. Throw it in. Throw the Infernal Legion in. Show me what they look like that. They did not write the spectre cost. They just said improved AI, lower spectre costs. So we don't know what it actually is, right? could be cool. Vectors that look decent. Vile, vulture, melee. Replace ants, maybe? Question mark? And then I'm gonna copy this dude's video since he's done all of the work and put that in there. Yeah, probably mostly that they're looking for players to use. Yep. Okay. Fandunium Impaler. Sure. Physical hit bleed. They're in Act 2. That's fantastic. They cost 120 right now. They're going to lower the cost and improve the AI. Wasn't kidding. Oh, I believed you. I believed you in a heartbeat. That's actually pretty cool. That's actually pretty cool. Those look very cool. Look cool as fuck. Okay. Next. Yeah, I saw that one. That one looked really cool. To element to be taken, 80% less elements. And Ward says the following, they just got buffed. Right. I believe that if you convert the physical damage taken to an element, that will not count as reducing physical damage taken. Bramble Hulk is another melee. What are you getting? Improved AI and reduced cost again? Yep. Oh no, improved AI and reduced cooldown of their skills, but they do not get cheaper. For other parcels and damage reduction is the key point. Yes, reduction, not conversion. You're no longer taking physical damage if you convert it. Okay, these look terrible, but if they slammed more often, they just look like they would be worse versions of the first one we looked at. The Vile Vultures look like the best melee ones so far. Assuming that the costs are like actually balanced well. Right? So far I like the Vile Vultures the most. What's the name of this one? Skeletal Reaper. Huh, interesting. I don't see Skeletal Reaper as anyone's test at all. I don't see a single video on that one. Well, that stagger bar went up so high fast. Yeah, I don't mind the look of them either. Those are the two that I've copied down. I don't think it's a Spectre. Skeletal Reaper. Improved monster and AI. Rebalance monster power, resulting in a lower Spectre cost. Now, this one's going to be my favorite. Improved AI and reduced cooldown. This is the one I wanted to use the most out of everything, and it was just not good enough to play. But it was only like just not good enough to play. Right? Like it was close. Mid to late act 1? Yes, it's the archers from the first ritual zone. And they were like just not good enough. There's a reshoot with the chaos. Yes, the big purple chaos flowers. That. Now that skill's really, really good, but it's on so long. It was on so long of a cooldown that it just sort of made it not worth actually using. So loud. Oh, you're right. You're right. My bad. Sorry. I had it set at -15 instead of -25. So that's one that interests me a lot because cultist archers were pretty close to being usable, right? So if we're buffing them, here they are. Now here's the most important bit. This is the reason I was super interested in them. They already fire 2 additional arrows, right? They already convert all of their damage to chaos, right? The problem was I had an 8 fucking second cooldown and it was just too long. It was just too long. But this one says reduce the cooldown of some skills and improve the monster AI. So reduce the cooldown to what? Like if it's only 6 seconds, probably not good enough. But if it's 4, then I think we're there. I think if it was 4 seconds, we'd be okay because we can have 5 or 6 of them out. I think 4 might be just enough to make it actually good. Because it could be, if it was 4 on this one and 4 on this one, right? Then it would be like 2 regular attacks, then a skill, then 2 regular attacks, then a skill, then 2 regular attacks, then a skill, then 2 regular attacks, then a skill. That would be great. So I'm hoping that that works. Rebalanced Black Strider. Rebalanced monster power resulting in a lower spectre cost. Improve the monster AI. Increase the web mortar skill damage and reduce the cooldown of some skills. Okay. What on earth are you? Black Strider. I'm looking. It looks like nobody has a thing for that one. Okay. So all we've got is to look here. Oh. Here we go. Didn't ignore those big spider assholes. I wish there was like a picture here somewhere. Okay, so what do you got? Percent less, still no area. Projectile barrage, sure. Alright, so I have no idea about that one. Slam damage is now more consistent. Reduce the cooldown of some skills. So that one will be this one. So it's a straight physical hit. Okay. Sure. They literally look like the boogeyman. What was the cost on that? 80 spirit. It doesn't look like they've lowered it. They gotta be real good at 80. Like they gotta be real good at 80. 80 is an insanely high number. Honestly, even if they reduce the cooldown, we can't have them walking that slow. That's unacceptable. That's unplayable. Reduce the cooldown of some cells and the slam is now more reliable. Nah, absolutely not. If they were to add Convocation to this game, it would require 2 power charges and have a 16-second cooldown. It would also cost 400 mana and have a 2-second cast time. You know it's true. Alright. Werewolf Prowler. Slightly increased attack damage. Oh, sorry. How much was the cost on you? 70. Okay, so you've got to be pretty decent. I don't think that's going to be... Show me them. Show me them. I mean, they move sort of fast enough, but with no leap. I don't like the word slightly. No built-in melee splash. I like how most minions in the game never keep up with you. Yeah. I already have what I believe is the solution to that, which I wish that they would do, which is I believe that every Spectre should have a base movement speed of whatever the player's movement speed is plus 20%. So if I move at 40%, they move at 60 by default. And then if you want fast Spectres, you add more movement speed to those minions. Right? And if you want a slower spec minion, then you take away from that one. But the default should have them moving at player plus 20%. Right? Like that should be like the default in my mind, should be players plus 20%. It isn't. I'm just saying that's what I feel like it should be. Ancient adjusted the lightning arrow skill to correctly be attack damage. I'm sorry, was it not? Physical hit and a lightning hit. Okay, cool. Oh god, they're so slow. Okay. I mean, they look very cool, but they're just way too slow. That is way too slow to use. Like, I don't know what to say about that. They're way too slow. They look fucking cool though. They're just way too slow. Like, there's no way that they're usable. Everyone's gonna stop asking for convocation. Convocation is terrible. It was a terrible solution in PV1 as well. It's a shitty band-aid fix that should never have existed to begin with. The solution is to try and make these things actually work, not need a convocation. Convocation is like a bullshit band-aid fix. How about we just make minions that don't need convocation? Brimstone Crab. Reduce the cooldown of some skills. Very small range and way too slow for something with that small range. Way too slow. Unplayably too slow. Sorry. Ma Acolyte. Improved monster AI and reduced cooldown. Okay. Oh, these ones actually run. Yay. They're hybrid. They sometimes throw things, and they sometimes run in and hit stuff with sticks. True. It does say improved AI and reduced cooldown. So that like thing they're throwing, that would be really cool. And when they slam their stick on the ground and like flame shit goes forward, if they only did those two things and didn't just walk up to try and bonk, then that could potentially be really good. If they're only doing those two range things, that could be a real fire minion that actually works. Right? That could be okay. Quadrilla improved the AI. These guys were so close to being usable and were so so I wanted them to be good and they just weren't. Yeah, 100 spirit per. Like, they have to be insanely good for them to be worth 100 spirit apiece. Like, they have to be really good to be worth 100. Which they fucking might be with a reworked AI, we just don't know. Like, yeah, improved AI is like so vague that like I don't know. Quadrilla could be cool. Depends on the AI change. 100 spirit cost is very high. Imperial is the only one since they removed mandibles. It's the only confirmed one, but like there's a whole list right here that we're going through right now of reworked one. These cultist archers look like they might be really, really good. The quadrilla might be good. It depends on what the thing is. And these two other melee ones look pretty decent as well. But just looking through all the ones that they reworked, since people keep asking, I'm just going to jump down here real quick. Oh, that's a huge buff. Those guys who tried cultist archers. I mean, the cultist archers were so close to being usable that like you could actually kind of get away with using them. So if they got just like a little bit better, they might actually be worth using. Isn't this a huge buff? Isn't this a huge buff to my frames? What is everyone talking about nerfed? Two seconds to 11 seconds? Yeah, on the oil one that we don't give a fuck about. He has two grenades. A grenade that does the explosion, that does all the damage, right? And an oil grenade. The oil grenade had a 2-second cooldown. That's the one we didn't give a fuck about. It's also the one that covers the entire ground in flame that does no damage. That's the bad one. The one we don't care about. We only ever cared about it doing this one. Yeah, that's a buff. As far as I'm concerned, Valguards are buffed. At 440% attack damage and an AoE grenade is hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, but to be fair, its base is pretty low. Like, that's a pretty low damage base. Nah, that's a big buff to them. Okay, let's have a look at these two. Iron sharpshooters. Never heard of them. Improved AI, reduced cooldown. Improved AI, reduced cooldown. They only cost 70. Does it give you migraines for by day 2? Well, that's the good news, is that is the eye cancer skill. The one that suddenly became a 12-second cooldown instead of a 2-second cooldown. That's the eye cancer one. It's also the one that didn't do any damage. We didn't want it to begin with. We wanted the other one that was way less eye cancer, but they alternate between them. Hey, they actually move at a reasonable speed too. What do they do? Oh. What the fuck is that? Reduce the cooldown and improve the AI. I don't know about that one, even if you reduce the cooldown. That didn't look good, even if they didn't do their melee and they only did their eye laser thing. That still looks... It's very pretty. We got to remember these showcases are done with level 24 specters in a leveling zone. Like, that was still pretty bad. I don't know about that. Pretty sure one mandible does more damage than that. Not anymore. Google spell. It's not a projectile. It's just spell and damage. I'm gonna go with no. What is it? Spike attack? It's yeah. It was in the video. It is very unnoticeable. Decent-ish base damage, but then a 1.5 attack speed and a fucking 85% ratio with a cooldown at 8 seconds. That's just not... It's just not it. Next. Oh. Interesting. What are their changes to them? Hold on. Improved AI and reduced cooldown. Okay. To guard fireball, spell, projectile, triggerable damage, good base damage, projectile variant so we can support it with other stuff. The flamethrower thing is decent. Only a 1 second cast time on them as well. You know what? That one might be okay. The projectiles move at a decent speed too, and it's projectile modifiable, so you can do like wild shards and fork or chain or multi whatever or... Yeah, the fireball was a spam skill. No cooldown on it, just cast time. Cast time is not cooldown. That's cast time. Yeah. But it looks like they only flamethrower if something gets into melee range. A unholy tsunami. With a 5-month resub. Gonna make spell totals work or die trying. Alright. These could be worth it. What was their cost? 80. Oh. Oh. Ouch. Here's someone from 6 months ago using exactly these dudes. He's got 8 of those iron thermagists and then like 1 of everything. So this is like an actual proper build. Waiting for the bitch to land. I mean, that didn't seem bad. I mean, I don't know. That didn't look too bad. Improved monster AI, reduced cooldown. Okay. And proliferator. Sure. How much did you cost again? 100. Jesus Christ. Okay. 100 is very expensive. Ah, god damn it, they're slow. Never mind, they're trash. Look at how slow they are. Like, it actually doesn't matter how good they are if they move that slow. It actually doesn't matter. Right? Like, it doesn't matter. Honestly, the Vile Vultures looked the best so far. How much do these guys cost again? 120? Was that, lowered cost, okay. Adjusted AI and lowered cost, we don't know how much by. But yeah, these ones look the best so far. I like these ones. Especially improved minion AI and lowered spectre cost. If they're like 80 maybe? If they're like 80 maybe? Then I could see them being usable. Valguards will be a lot better for eye cancer now because they got buffed. Right? So here they are. Right? We've all seen Valguards, right? Now, the real important part is that you can see oil grenade and explosive grenade. Right? That's a lot. Those are two different grenades. The explosive grenade does all the damage. The oil grenade is the one that covers the whole ground in oil that then gets ignited by the grenade. That leaves a grenade, like a burning ground everywhere. It's the one that's the flame killer. It's the one that causes all of the eye cancer, kills all of your frames, looks horrible, makes it near impossible to fucking see. It's that one. It's the oil grenade that does that. That oil grenade, the bad one that we don't want, that's the one that the cooldown went to 11 seconds instead of 2. The actual grenade, the one we want to do damage with, didn't get touched. See all that like flame burnt oil? Like that's the stuff that'll be on an 11-second cooldown instead of a 2. So you'll still have some of it, but it won't be fucking everywhere all the time. 3 or 4 seconds before anything gets hit. Yeah, well, I mean, it's the zealots are the ones that you really want, right? What were they called? What were they called? The ones that I used, the spark ones? What was their name? It's not Lost Men Zealot. That's a different thing. Empowered Zealot? Is that what it is? Someone earlier said, oh, well, I've got my own video. I can't find the normal showcase.
Why, hello, YouTube.
Shut the fuck up. I don't know, man. The spark just like, it's gonna be hard to beat that spark. Like, they start casting instantly, it bounces off walls, the coverage goes everywhere, they last a while, right? Like, I don't know. You're gonna need a lot to beat that. Like, they just go everywhere. They cast instantly. There's no delay. They do great coverage. They do great single target. It's gonna be hard to beat them. What's the name of this spectre? Powered Zealot. That's the one. Yep. And in fact, I'm at the part of the video where I show you exactly that. Let me unmute it real quick. They're called Powered Zealots. Now, let's start with where you're going to pick them up real quick. You're going to pick them up from the interlude, this zone right here called Etched Ravine. There are 2 different kinds of mobs. So, turns out there are 3 kinds. 2 that cost 55 and 1 that cost 50. There are actually 3 kinds, not 2. In that zone, named Powered Zealots. 1 costs 55 spirit, 1 costs 50 spirit. Unfortunately, this is the 55 spirit version. Nothing to be done about it. It costs a little more than the Valguards. Oh well. So be it. Yep. For supports, we are running Wild Shards. Fantastic. Projectile Acceleration 3 right now. Pierce 3. And Feeding Frenzy. I would be running Muster here instead, except Muster is bugged. Anyone who doesn't know about the Muster bug got fixed. Don't worry about that. Anyway, there you go. Alright, what else we got? Fixed on the issue where there's an explosive shot with fully remove broken armor. Cool. Escape shot now fires 77 projectiles. Sorry, 7 projectiles, previously 4. Nobody cares. is up to 11. More damage, sure. Ice tipped arrow now goes off twice as often. Now fires more ice fragments and now deals more damage and has a bigger duration and bigger area. Row amount no longer increases your movement speed. That already did that. And now reduces 100% movement speed penalty while mounted, previously 80. Now reserves 100 spirit, previously 60. That's not enough of a nerf. You're gonna keep running that? It's fine. It's a start for sure. That's a start for sure. I think they could have left this at 80 instead of putting it at 100, removed the movement speed and put the reservation to 100. And I think that would still be pretty strong, but not mandatory. Like you could, I think at that point, I would probably think it would be a bit more balanced. Like leaving that at 80 instead of 100 and increasing its spirit to 100. I think that would be so the problem, Karma, is that there's very few ways to farm things right now in the current endgame because there isn't enough things. So basically, rather than having a specific strategy, the usual thing that people do to make money is to either farm very just juiced maps in the endgame and pick shit up off the ground, try and get yourself 80 to 100% plus rarity in your gear. There's no real point in stacking it more than that. Somewhere between 80 to 100 is really good. Or go negative rarity and start picking up bases off the floor. What's more important is how much goddamn money comes from things like charms and flasks and bases. And Neversink's default filters doesn't highlight those enough. And you can sell flasks and bases and charms really, really well. Those can make a ton of money. So it's not actually usually a heavily different strategy that rich people are using most of the time. It's that they have better filters than you and they're picking up the good things off the floor. And you're not, because you're just using default Neversing filters. Because how would you ever know? There are some other things, like if you farm, you know, Sekima or the other thing that I can't remember the name of, those specific like out of map things can make a ton of money, but that's not mapping. Right. I need to visit the bathroom real quick. I will be back in a moment. Pretty happy about these Valguards for leveling. Very excited about these cultist archers. I hope they're good. Right. I will be back in a moment. Jesus. Oh. Okay. If the engine wasn't how big there. Ooh. Alright, so I'm sad there were no other big teasers, but that list of specters seems pretty interesting. Oh god. Did the league end already? Oh god. Who was I practicing on? That one. Okay, well. Okay. I didn't realize we'd merged into standard, so god damn, I don't want any of that stuff either. Do I not have a character that's like... That one could be deleted? Do I not have a character that's like got an empty inventory or something? Yeah. Close enough. Unhide, remove only tabs. Oh, this is where you just take all this stuff and put it away. I would like a just merge button for my currency tabs, but I'll do this, but it's fine. But like, why not just have a merge button, right? Do-do. I love being able to make folders. Yeah. Okay. I think that's like everything I was gonna merge, or everything that like needed to be merged. Simulating a cleaning lady. Like, I'm just trying to put all my currency together. I don't know what I'm gonna do with 350 divines. That doesn't seem useful at all, but but at least I've put it together. Shit, what was the name of the app I use? Not Awakened Pee-wee Trade, the one that's like Awakened, but for Pee-wee 2. I definitely have it. That's it. Exiled, exchanged. That's the one.
Too soon.
Cool. I'll have another 33. Why not? Oh God. The remove only tabs end up in here too. Oh, that's horrible.
Seems like a good deal.
There you go. Both of them can go back up.
Speak.
Okay. Done. We're all remerged all of our currency together again. I'm sure I have a spare like headhunter somewhere. Oh God. Oh, you can't even upgrade in here? Okay, forget about that. I'll just take the top two. Everything else can stay. I have no idea why I feel the need to merge my like league stuff with standard stuff here. I don't know why, but I like anything that's like worth it. I just want to like put it all in the same spot. Just like, I don't know, in case. I don't know. Is the same reason that you clean your kitchen? No. No, I clean the kitchen because that's where the food is made, and it's gross if you don't clean the kitchen. That's definitely not the same reason. No, can we spoiler? Oh, I should absolutely watch that. Let me finish the quick tidying up I'm doing right here. And then let's open that and maybe turn game sounds right down and watch it in the background while we practice our league start again. Yoink, thank you.
Hey Exiles, welcome to yet another episode of the Still Staying podcast. I am here with...
Pause. You can wait just a moment right there. Thank you. I'm sorry. They're worth fucking how much? Sure. Sure. I'll sell it. I don't give a fuck. Oh, those didn't have a place? Gross. Okay. Exiled exchange. Come on. I know that there is a headhunter somewhere. I know that I had a headhunter and I wasn't using it. And I know I didn't sell it. Aha! I knew it was around somewhere. I'm pretty sure that was it. I don't think I had a second one anywhere. Cool. Hide, remove only tabs. I'm going to go here to the tabs tab. And we're just going to start putting good expensive belts in there. Put the rest of this shit away. Dump the rest of this since it apparently doesn't even have a place to go. This thing? No, it's the accumulation of everything. I've just finished putting everything back together. That is standard. 64 anals, 14 fractures, and 350 divine orbs. And apparently 4,700 exalts, which I don't even think is enough for one more divine orb. Because the price is outrageous. Oh, it is enough. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. What the fuck is that ratio? Yeah. Well, they don't really have a use, right? Like, they don't really have a use. Okay, let's have a look. Add. Let me just add window capture. Create new video. Okay. Select the window to capture. This one. Okay. And now let's fucking crop that bitch in, because nobody needs to see the rest of it. And then let's shrink that bitch and put it maybe there. Doesn't need to be very big. We're mostly listening to it, right? And then we take this one, we take our sounds, we cut them all the way down so we're not interrupting. And then, hopefully the game is so quiet that we can hear the interview, which I am pretty interested in. So let's hit play and find out if we can hear the interview properly. What's the plan for 0.4? Yes. Yes. Maybe minions, maybe totems. Maybe punch myself in the testicles. I don't know.
With the game director on Path of Exile 2, Jonathan Rogers, to talk all things 0.4, Fate of the Val, the last of the Druids. There's a lot packed into this update.
How's the volume
but
now?
Before we get to all that's packed into it and many burning community questions on it, I did want to take a few minutes to talk about what's not packed into it, okay? And that's obviously the endgame, right? Endgame was slated to have a big revamp for 0.4. It was pushed to 0.5. You guys were very upfront about that. Now, one question I've seen a lot in the community is, given in 0.3, you guys did push a good chunk of substantive endgame changes in that 0.1 update that ended up being pretty positively received. Do you know if there's any chance or opportunity for a 0.1 patch for 0.4 wherein you do make some endgame alterations?
We certainly could do that, but if we're doing that, it'll be because we're seeing feedback about, more mechanical things as opposed to content. Like, one of the big things that we that's supposed to be coming for the end game is a lot more content stuff and, change to the Atlas tree and that kind of thing. So I don't think we'd be doing that in like a 0.4.1 type update. It's more about like, if there's something that's like going wrong with what we've got, or like, things where we're like, we're unhappy with the current way it's working. That's the kind of changes that we would then do in a 0.4.1. But in terms of like content, those would usually be for the the larger kind of releases. So that's where we'll be seeing that.
That makes total sense and expected from me. Then the systems that you currently have implemented, the Arbiter of Ash, okay? He has this new reward to beating him. You unlock rare tablets so you can juice your maps a lot more than you could previously in 0.31. Now, the Arbiter, unless there are some secret changes not in the patch notes, is still an RNG gated pinnacle boss.
Yes.
You have to go out from the middle of the Atlas. You got to find the citadels. And I got to say, just from my own personal experience and many anecdotes I've seen across, people will get to level 92, 93, pushing out, looking at the Burning Monolith, and they will not find the Arbiter. Do you guys have any changes planned there, especially now that he's locking behind such a substantial piece of endgame juicing content?
So I think that in 0.3.1 we did. I can't remember whether it was in 0.3.1 or whether it might have gone. We did improve the the number of them quite a lot. It's actually like it is random right now, but it's the plan is to one of the things we want to do when we're improving the end game is, we've talked before about how we want to improve the feeling of not having goals, and one of the ways to do that is to kind of questify some of the mechanics for the various league mechanics and so on. So they've kind of got like predefined places where you can kind of do those things, like at the start, right? So the idea would be like at the start, there's kind of a quest line. It's going to tell you, you need to go here and do this, that kind of thing. And then it's only once you reach the end of that kind of quest line element that you would then, get the sort of full random like stuff. And so that would mean that for the first time that you fight a lot of this content, there'd be a predefined way to do that. The challenge part is kind of intermixing the kind of random elements of the end game in with like a kind of a, more of a storyline type, you have to do this, then that kind of thing. So that's kind of what we've got like going on, what we hope to do later, and that will mean that you no longer have that RNG element as much for some of that stuff that's sort of imperative to do. But the thing is that like I still don't want it to be that when you start the end game, it's just like a completely predefined experience like the campaign. There needs to be an element of randomness to it. So it's really just a question of like how to kind of get those mixed elements. But yeah, one thing I can mention, I don't know if like if people know exactly how this works, but there are these like macro blocks in the in the random algorithm that it uses, and within one of those we do guarantee actually, how does it work exactly? There's something like there's an arbiter, like out of one in every two macro blocks, and like within a macro block, it's like a certain defined area. You're always going to find all three citadels. So like it's kind of like it's not fully random. Like we have sort of like toned down the randomness compared to how it was like right in the beginning. But I do understand you can still have a situation where like just due to unluckiness, you kind of like go right between two of the blocks. You don't really know. I mean, they're not obvious, right? So that can kind of mean that you can still feel quite unlucky, even though technically there's kind of a defined rate of them that you'll get.
Right. Okay. All right. Yeah. I just know a lot of people are probably going to end up trading for fragments if they're playing
Sure,
the market and stuff like that. So
yeah.
hopefully with 0.5 we get the improved, like more like you said, streamlined for.
I think that you'll appreciate that the changes that are coming as far as like the Atlas story, as it were.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Exciting stuff. 0.5 is going to be good. Okay, a few more end game things that I just wanted to touch on here. There's also been a lot of people asking about a greater zoom for the Atlas, since that's so many nodes and everything. Is there any plan on making that happen?
Please.
I do want to look into that pretty soon. One of the reasons we didn't do the zoom initially so much was just because of performance issues. I've been concentrating a lot on performance recently, so this is something that I could now probably look at again and see whether or not the performance is going to be better. There's still quite a lot to come there though with performance, and so and I honestly at this point I should probably check again and see what the performance is like if we allow greater zoom. It really is just a performance concern, so we can definitely do that. I mean, there might be some clarity issues, but I'm sure we can solve that. I mean, people have like got various hacks to allow zooming out extra and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So therefore, like it's not like too bad or anything. I mean, people do want it. So yeah, as long as we can get the performance of it fine, then it's probably fine to do.
A slight side tangent here. You mentioned you've been focusing a lot on the performance, and I know you also said that you coded the core system of Fate of the Val, the actual temple. Do you do a lot of the hands-on like coding?
Almost none.
With all these things right now?
I don't usually, but in this league, I did the Fate of the Val core like simulation, and then I did get a bit involved in the performance work, like. One of the things you can get in a game company is that like you've got all these specialists, right? And it's like here's a guy who's working on UI, and here's a guy who's working on gameplay, and here's a guy who's working on like core engine stuff, and it's like people can often lose focus on the larger picture because it's very easy to look at something and kind of be like, oh, okay, well this is the gameplay team needs to work about that, and so it's hard sometimes for someone with a more global look to come along and kind of say, okay, well, if we look at all these together, what are the problems, looked at as a larger system? And so that's when it can kind of be a bit useful for me to step in and be like, okay, like let's try to work out some kind of, coordination here to actually try and find that stuff out. So if you want to like talk about it, I can talk about the technical details. Like what we did previously, we, like when you're rendering the game, you've got like, and simulating the game, you've got like, effectively a job system where you've got like here's the CPU cores that you've got, here's the jobs that we want to to run on those cores. And previously we had this very ad hoc system where like this thing would queue some jobs and that thing would queue some jobs, and they all had their own synchronization of like when to know when was finished and when one wasn't and all that kind of stuff. And what I effectively did was write a job system that allows for kind of like creating a global view on like when to run things and so on. And then once you've got that, it's sort of easy to tell like this can run alongside this and this can't run alongside that and all that kind of thing. And you can effectively express all these dependencies. And then once we have that, then all the programmers in the various systems can then go and start, putting things in there. And then everything now runs just a lot more concurrently than it did before. So the major change we had was just making it so that, we can take advantage of more of your CPU because we're running things concurrently that previously weren't allowed to run at the same time. And then, of course, there was also just other optimizations, just like, hey, this is slow, that is slow. We get spikes when you do this, you get spikes when you do that.
Right.
Just that kind of stuff, that I just kept on pounding people, like, no, we need to fix this, we need to fix this. And there's one of the other things as well is just really making sure that we never get a situation where a resource that's needed is not available.
That sounds like something that gets ported back to PoE 1 pretty quickly, by the way. You already migrated to standard? Yes.
At the point where we need it. So that's been something we've been focused on for quite a while now, actually, kind of getting all those things sorted out. And a lot of the time, that's what leads to spikes, because you go and you use a skill, and then like, oh, the texture for this wasn't loaded or whatever it is, and then now you have to wait for that to happen, and so you get a frame spike. So we're just like fixing all of those kinds of problems and generally improving that kind of thing.
Well, the baseline performance improvements look fantastic, and I know that was the #1 thing that people had a lot of problems with. Console,
Yeah, there's so many
PC,
things, but-
like so it's awesome.
Yeah. But there's
Was
still a lot
it?
more to do. Like, I know, like, just even looking at what we've got, like, there's quite a lot more that could be optimized, like, just on a more individual level. And it's still funny the way that you will find things like, just to pick a random example, like, we found out like a week ago or something that we were iterating through the whole UI 3 times every frame, that kind of thing. Where it's like, you look at it and you're like, okay, that's not really very good. Like, it doesn't matter that much. Like, in the end, right, that particular thing only was like 0.3 milliseconds, right? It's not actually adding up to like a huge amount, but like it's like it's just lots of little things like that all add up to something, which is a problem, right?
Yeah.
So you go through things and you find them, you remove them one at a time, and now a funny thing we actually ran into the other day is we actually ran into a problem that only reproduced when the FPS was too high. So we're like over 400 FPS, you actually start to get this kind of problem. And I'm like, that's not normally a problem that you normally run into. I mean, this is in like a test scene that was like really empty, but previously we couldn't even achieve that kind of FPS.
Right.
So we never found that kind of problem before. And another funny thing about that one is it turns out that the code for that was bugged went back to commit number 1632, which I did 18 years ago myself. It was a bug in my code from 18 years ago. It was like right in the depths of the code base. There was like a rounding problem with the that I added that long ago, and so it's kind of funny to see that sort of stuff all the way back in the early history.
Okay, that's wild that you have the date, like the date's going all the way back then. You have everything tracked.
Yeah,
It's
I
super
mean,
cool.
we've got our version control just goes all the way back to the very first commit of the company from right from the beginning.
Very nice. Okay, and I know it's interesting though. The massive improvements. Thank you for the tangent. I appreciate it, Jonathan. Okay,
No, that's pretty
Swapping
funny.
gears back to PoE2 specifically. So another question that a lot of people have about PoE2's endgame is the severe punishment for death. Okay, we have minus XP. We have the inability to use tablets on map nodes. We lose any special things that were attached to that map node when you die. And now we're losing our limbs that we earn in the temple. So a lot of people are wondering, does it need to be that punishing? Is there any room to like relax a tad on it?
I appreciate how diplomatically Talkative Try said this, but the answer is no. No, it fucking doesn't.
I do think there should be some punishment, but what's your opinion on this?
So, I mean, it comes down to all of those things have different purposes that are kind of important. So, the XP penalty obviously would be the main one that people would, want to chat about. And effectively,
Nope, it's the portals and the limbs.
It is important to me that there is a reason why you can't just build entirely glass cannon. And if we didn't have the XP penalty in in-game maps, you wouldn't. You'd just be able to do that. Now, in PoE2, we obviously removed the penalty that we used to have in PoE1 during the campaign, and that's because there really wasn't a thing that was giving us, right? So if you're going to have a penalty for death, it needs to be like achieving some kind of gameplay goal, and here what we want to do is actually make the in-game ladder competitive and not just have it that the strongest glass cannon wins. Like, there needs to be an element of, like, you do need to actually build defenses if you want to get to level 100, and I think probably the major reason why we see a lot of pushback about this is because the community often have an expectation that getting to level 100 is a thing that you should be doing, but like we've never seen it that way, because it's kind of like, okay, level 100 is supposed to be the thing that like only the like top people actually do. But I think that what you've had a situation where there's a lot of games where getting to max level is kind of like not like that, like it's not a huge deal, like if you're talking about like like traditional MMOs and stuff like that, right? Like getting to max level is just like table stakes to even begin the end game in a lot of those cases. So because we're not like that, because the ladder is actually competitive, and because you have a thing where you're not necessarily expected to reach that to kind of finish the game, as it were. It just sort of means that there's a bit of a different situation. So I think some of it can just come down to what are we doing to communicate the fact that level 100 doesn't have to be your actual final goal. And like, to be honest, like the last few levels of like getting from like 96 or something to 100, it's not like you're getting a huge amount of power for doing that.
So I just fundamentally disagree here on a few things. I personally don't. I mean, some people complain about not being able to level to 100, but I don't think that that's the biggest problem. The biggest problems are, one, losing our limbs from the new mechanic when we die. That's some bullshit that I don't want. And then my second biggest problem is one single portal per map. It's not the XP loss. I sort of agree with the idea that, like, oh, I should have to build somewhat tanky, and to get into 100 is hard, is sort of like, that's fine, right? It's the losing my map, losing my limb, like that stuff. That's the bit that's not fine to me anyway. At least that's the way I see it.
That, right? Like an extra 4 passives. It's not like the hugest deal. Like you get a much larger amount of power from just like all the other stuff you're doing. So that's what that penalty is doing. Now the map, removing the stuff in the maps penalty, the specific problem that's solving is that we don't want it to be that there's an incentive to kill yourself and fail the map on purpose in order to re-get some of the rewards in the map. So effectively what we do is remove all the rewards in the map once you die, specifically just to prevent that kind of item farming abuse that we'd otherwise have there. So it's not like I want that penalty per se, it just fixes the exploit you'd otherwise have. So if we had another way to address that, then we would just not do that. It's entirely just down to that particular thing.
Right.
So I mean, that's sort of an example of thing. Now the limb thing, I just thought it would be a cool.
It's cool.
We just thought it'd be a cool thing. Like that was just like it's just one league. Like I just thought it'd be sort of fun thing.
It's not.
I do like occasionally having like quirky and out there mechanics. So yeah, that's what that one's about.
Yeah, that one was a little jokey. I did have one other one that I wanted to touch on too that I didn't include in that list. So when people juice maps now in PoE 2, the more mods equals the less portals. When you have maximum number of mods on your waystone, you get 1 portal. Do you think that might be a tad too punish? Like,
Yes.
Would you ever
Yes.
swap it to 2 portals?
Yes.
So you do have a little bit of leeway if you're going full in, 6 mods, corrupted, everything, or no? You like the max punishment there?
You need to use the right words here. You need to tell him what the real problem is, because this sounds like just a complaint, but without the backup, he's probably going to say no. And the answer is cognitive load, which is something he will understand when you say it. The problem is I have to be under full cognitive load all the time, and it is exhausting. Whereas if there were 2 portals, I could be relaxed most of the time, but then if I fuck up and die once, that's when you go, oop, all right, lock in, full pay attention to the rest of this map, and then you get to go back to being relaxed again, right? The cognitive load is the word that would get him to understand this. Fuck, I wish I could do one of these interviews.
Yes, I like the fact that you go down to 1 life. Like the hardest content is 1 life exactly. I guess the thing there is, once again, like there's the expectation. Like I would hope that most people towards the end game aren't dying most of the time. And really, there's a bit of a communication element here too that we're trying to do, which is to communicate the idea that if the maps are too hard for you, then maybe run less mods on them, right? Like make it less hard for yourself, so that you get a little bit of that sort of easier time. And so my hope is that that can kind of is the thing that gets communicated by that, by that element. I guess it's not been something that's particularly come up for me as a problem recently, so I guess it's one of those things that I'd have to maybe have another think about. But yeah, it's not really on my radar as like that being a particular thing as a problem for people.
I'm curious. A lot of people were wondering if you were going to stream your gameplay at any point. Is that something that's still in the cards? I know you mentioned.
I actually was
JP interview.
I was pretty keen on that, and I was actually talking to another streamer recently about it, and he was sort of saying that he didn't think it was actually a good idea in practice, and the reason is because, like the way I would treat it would be like it's like a good time where I can just enjoy myself and have a gaming session. But what he was saying is what people will treat that as is like judging me continuously for every single minor thing. It's
yes,
like,
my man.
if I don't pick up an item or if I just like, I'm going to be completely judged by that. And he was sort of saying you really shouldn't do that because all it's just going to result in is like random those kinds of issues. And I feel sad about that because honestly, I would love to just have a good time, just like having a chat to someone, playing the game.
I agree. As much as I would personally love to see Jonathan do a run, there are only 2 outcomes that would come from that stream. Even though I would personally love it, there are 2 outcomes. Either he would be bad in the way of like either dying a lot or being way too slow or not knowing what he's doing or getting lost in his own zones, which would lead the community to say shit like,
Why are we listening to him? He doesn't even know how to play anyway. Didn't you see how trash he was? Like, no wonder he can't balance the game. Or the other way around, he's way better than we think he is, and he's not having the same problems we're having because he's good at the video game. In which case you'll get the community going, yeah, but we're not all that good. Of course he can do it. He designed the game. That's not how the rest of us are. There's no winning, right? There's no good ups. That he loses both ways. Just about it. I'd love to watch it. I'd love to watch it. But it's bad. It's a bad idea.
You know, that kind of thing. But he was saying, like, you're probably going to regret doing it if I do. So, yeah, I'm not so sure about that one, unfortunately, due to that reason. But
no, I
people
agree.
can be brutal. They can be brutal, dude. So I was asking because you mentioned you didn't have the issue. Have you been playing, like, some of the end game? I know in the past you said you mostly play the campaign and then reset when you're testing.
Yeah, I do mostly play campaign and then don't go, like, play much of the end game. And the reason is because mostly what I'm playing is I'm playing at home on the dev build. I'm like testing a new character, that kind of stuff. So I don't often get a chance to play much of the end game stuff. Now the person who does do that a lot is Mark. Like, Mark plays the end game a lot, and usually he's playing multiplayer as well because he wants to make sure that all the multiplayer issues get tested because usually in QA. You know, like multiplayer specific problems don't come up a lot because, you know, like they're obviously all testing individual things or whatever. So by testing multiplayer, you can actually make sure that we don't have, you know, kind of catastrophic issues. And a lot of them come up, like, and especially more subtle ones, like along like with bosses and things like that, because, you know, like bosses need to have AI specifically for multiplayer and that kind of thing. And, you know, you don't necessarily got a lot of opportunity to test that in the normal office environment.
Right. Okay, great. Let's move on to, I think, one of the most controversial topics of the entire patch. One that I was so pumped about when I first heard. I think it came out of, I think it was Mark's mouth. Okay, 40% reduced monster density in endgame maps. Okay, that was a big change that was made. I played a ton of 0.3 and I had a great time, but after that patch, I had seen the game as moving a lot more toward the Path of Exile 1 identity. You're zooming through maps, you're blowing up screens of mobs, there's not a lot of engaging combat going on in the end game, and I was like, okay, you know, that's fine, whatever, they'll kind of morph into the same game eventually. And then when I read through the patch notes and when I saw your guys' presentation for 0.4 and you said that line, I was like, oh my gosh, they're trying to build, you know, more visual clarity back into the game. They're trying to maybe make combat more engaging. Could you break down what your goals were with that? I know you talked about swarming. Was it more beyond that, or is it just the swarming thing?
So, I mean, I guess there's several issues, right? So one of them is the swarming for sure, just like a problem where like a lot of people were very unhappy about that. I do think that it just was too much. Like, I think in fact the numbers were just wrong from the start. Like, we just, for whatever reason, got that incorrect with the monster pack stuff we did in endgame.
Sure.
The issue that we had, of course, was like, you know, nerfing this is controversial, like 100%. I mean, like, I say nerfing, but it's like, it isn't so much a nerf exactly, right? Like, there's still the same amount of life you have to kill from monsters. It's a question of whether it's distributed from multiple monsters or not. And I think the issue that we really had was just that we were limiting the number of builds that were viable at endgame.
Right.
Like kind of unintentionally, right? Because you had, there was just a minimum amount of kind of AoE clearing you had to do to make it work. And so we wanted to make it so that...
I know this is the opposite of what I said on the day I heard it, but I'm actually like relatively on board with the idea of less mobs now. Interview, they have to... I do hate that all interviews, no matter who you interview, they have to agree to all the questions first. Oh, GDG doesn't do that. Just so that you're aware, they don't even ask to see the questions beforehand. They don't, not only do they not approve them, they don't even ask to see them beforehand. When they do all of their interviews, all of them. That man, give it a prime. And it's crazy. Yeah. Sometimes, if you've got something that you think is a controversial topic, that you think as the interviewer might be over the line, you can ask them. And if you give them a list, if you choose to,
They'll look over it. But usually what they ask, or this has been on my very limited experience, but I've also talked to a lot of people who have interviewed them as well, right? Generally, they only really want to see the questions beforehand if you think that it's something they won't know or something important enough that they might need to go ask questions around the office first to find out the answer to. Because the only thing that they've asked to try and avoid is they don't want an entire interview of, I don't know, that's this person's job. I don't know, that's this person's job. So if you as the interviewer think there's a good chance they might not know this and they would have to go ask, then they'd love to get those questions ahead of time so that they could figure out what the answers are. But other than that, they don't care. They do not approve questions for these interviews.
You can play a spammy build, but you can also play a build that like concentrates on bigger hits that are smaller in AoE. Like both of those things should be allowed, and the current way it was just kind of wasn't really allowing for that. Now, because of the Atlas tree, and especially what we'll do later on, there's like, and just like general speaking, you can add more monsters, you can get more of that stuff, right? So that can still happen.
Bailey, why don't you do an interview? One, I'm concerned that I would come off a little bit too hostile when I don't mean to, just because of who I am as a person. And two, I've never been offered one. Wow. I did get offered one when we were in LA. I've got it on my YouTube. There was like a 20-minute interview that I did with Jonathan. It went great. It was voice only. That was like a while ago though. I would 100% do this though.
And so I don't think that it's going to end up being, like something where you just feel like monster density is like, I don't want anyone to ever be thinking like, where's the monsters, right? You don't want that. It still needs to be that, like you still want to be at endgame blasting some monsters. It's just that you really need to have it so that it isn't so overwhelming that a person who like, is so that you don't want everyone to feel pushed into, okay, I can only play like the biggest AoE, like lightning spear, this kind of stuff, type of thing, right? Or like whatever is the most spammy. So that's really the key goal there. I think we're gonna have to look at it again, like now that we've got another playthrough here, and like with all the people and see how that goes. But yeah, I mean that's the basic idea behind it.
Okay. Question about the packs and everything. I think there's 40% less monster packs. That also mean there's less rare monsters, or is the number of rare monsters and maps the same as
no?
before?
The number of rares is the same. So we didn't reduce the number. We didn't reduce the number of packs. We reduced the number of monsters in a pack, and that, by the way, the way that's done is by there's this system called effectiveness, which is basically every monster has like a budget of how much. How much they are worth, as it were, as a monster, in terms of like how, and it sort of loosely correlates into how how damaging they are, but it also translates into lots of other factors, so like how much do they drop, how much experience do they give, all these kinds of things. And effectively, what we did is reduce the effectiveness per pack to be lower, so that like the individual packs can be smaller. Now that can still be grown again by mods and all the things. Like, so when you add extra monsters with mods, what that's doing is it's increasing the effectiveness budget that a pack has, so that the pack can grow larger. But it doesn't actually change the number of packs, which is what controls things like how many rare monsters you get and that kind of thing. Because there's usually there's only one rare per pack usually.
Yeah.
So yeah.
How does it interact with league mechanics like ritual, wherein the more monsters you have, like the more ritual favor you get?
They get judged based on their worth, even in the programming.
Have you guys thought about that?
Ritual numbers were balanced basically to counteract this. So it's just like that basically, because the goal is not to nerf rewards here. The goal is to keep those the same. So therefore, anything like that's going to care about something like that, we just adjust the numbers to kind of like sort that out.
Okay, exciting. All right, now with this change, where there's less monsters per pack, maybe the packs have a little bit more identity. You're supposed to maybe engage with them a tad more. I had a conversation with Neversink last night about rare monsters and how originally they were going to have a bigger identity in PoE 2.
Right.
And right now, rare monsters are completely enveloped by the modifiers on them. I think we saw this really really well with Abyss, where, oh my goodness, some of those Abyssal rare monsters modifiers were killing me. Do you see a world in which PoE 2 maybe returns to that age where each rare monster is going to be, you know, kind of special? Maybe it's like a 3-4 second fight where you care about the monster and you don't care so much about the modifiers on the rare monster.
I do want to make rares more interesting and identified like that. It's just the issue with that is that it's really hard to get time for a change like that, which doesn't see as much immediate return. So it's one of those things where, like, once we get a bit of time, we can do something like that. And what I sort of suspect is we'll probably have like a launch at some point where like that's a big focus and we make it into a feature and like we try to like make sure there's something there. But it's just it's kind of like it probably won't be soon. Like I certainly don't think it would be before full release because it's something that we kind of can't, I think, justify while we're also trying to make, well, in particular, right, like we need all the people working on monsters to be working on you know, Acts 5 and 6 and that kind of stuff. So, you know, like there's that's the issue that we'd face trying to do a change like that right now.
Every monster needs the Death Knight treatment. Come on, we want all the monsters to have special abilities. Okay. Another question a little bit on visual clarity. So environmental clarity, so monsters and like a monster abilities seem to have been addressed a little bit in this patch in 031. How about character visual clarity or skill clarity? I remember so vividly listening to you guys. I think you and Chris talk about, oh, in Path of Exile 2, you'll be shooting 10 arrows instead of 100, but the 10 arrows will have the effectiveness of the 100. Right. In PoE 2, it seems like it's kind of jumped the shark already. You know, we're already in this patch, and you're able to do that with Twister builds, some lightning arrow builds. Do you see that as something you want to allow or something you want to rein in eventually?
It is a very tricky balance for sure, but look, we are trying to improve the the worst cases, right? So I mean, there was that. I'm seeing some video of like Ziz, like where he's like doing his flashbang build, and then he puts his dark glasses on, right? It's like that's the thing we really don't want to be, really don't want to be required. So I know that there were changes to cluster grenades to make it so that that wasn't as much of a problem. You know, I think that they split. I think they split the functionality of the Nova projectiles thing to kind of like make it so that that was a little bit less crazy. Like we do sort of adjust it where we need to adjust it. And like I know that there'll still be more that we can do as well. Like there's still more temporal culling stuff we can do, which is like a new culling system where we can add things in to make things a little bit less spammy. There's stuff like that going on. Like for okay, just a couple of days ago we were fiddling around a bit with the ice explosions, the shatter effect, because that was.
Hey, real quick, have you considered an opacity slider?
Like a performance problem people had. Like I mostly was caring about performance when I was looking into that, but like, you know, there's things like that we can do to kind of just improve stuff. And by the way, the shatter effect should no longer be a performance problem. It's like now cheaper than the monster that got shattered, so that's good. So there's things like that you know that we can do. But I mean, it's like, you know, really I think that's just you don't want to ruin the fun for people either. So I think that in a way as well, the monster density change will affect this because it's going to require less spam to be effective necessarily anyway. So, you know, like you'll kind of get that situation where that sort of improves. But look, I just don't want to be seen as like, okay, we're just going to nerf everything, right? Like we are going to do targeted nerfs. We have been doing that. But the thing is as well is that like, people sometimes don't appreciate the fact that the way the stuff gets out of control is not necessarily predictable by us. Like it's to do with the combining overlap of like many different things that sort of come together as like, oh, now this is really easy to do. And like usually when we've seen situations where the spam could be high, we've kind of been like, okay, sure, it's possible to spam this thing and we can see what the limits of the player are. But we've always been of the opinion when we can see that and we can test that in advance that, oh, but no one would do that because like for this reason or other reason, the damage is going to be low. It's not actually going to be worth doing.
And then
the trouble has been that like someone finds a way to make the damage good, you know, through some combination of things, and then now suddenly there is an advantage to doing this like crazy spam. And so that's always kind of been the thing that's taken us a bit by surprise with some of these balance things. So really that just comes down to better balance and just improving, you know, a lot of those things. But I do appreciate that like there's still concerns around visual clarity. I mean, so like another one, right, was like ground fire can be annoying and that kind of stuff. Like there's certain things that can like be really spammy and kind of bad, and we probably just need to adjust the effects in some cases. But the issue once again there is that I don't want it to turn into like maybe this is a bit of a deep reference, but you don't want it to turn into the kind of like Quake 3 scene of like, you know, just textures to nothing and all that kind of stuff, right? Like you do want like some level of visuals to look reasonable. So yeah, it's just a tough balance, and we just like have to slowly grind out and get there.
I'm sure you've seen or heard the feedback about maybe implementing a visual opacity slider for player character effects.
Yeah,
That's
I'm not
something-
really a fan of that kind of thing.
Be a fan.
Because like
Change your mind.
Look, I understand the desire for it, but I do think that it's better just to like fix skills individually until you get to the point where it's not a problem anymore. Just make.
In theory, I agree. It is better to just fix skills until it isn't a problem anymore. The problem is, that's not fucking possible. That is a never-ending battle, which you will never, ever, ever win. Like, I respect the thought, and it's correct if it were possible, but it's fucking not. So, like, you know, maybe just give us the slider already. Here's the thing. I fucking guarantee 6 years from now, we've got a slider. There'll be a transparency slider. The question is just how long it takes.
Making everything invisible, I'm just like not a fan of. I really don't like it in games when like something happens and you don't see it. I'm like,
again, I agree here. I agree here. Making things invisible does seem silly. Give it the Bloom treatment. That's my thought is give it the Bloom treatment. Where the minimum I can turn it down to is like 25%. Right? Like, don't let me turn it. Having a transparency slider doesn't mean the ability to turn them off entirely. You could have me turn everything down to 25.
also, by the way, just turning having there are a lot of effects. If you made them transparent, they would suddenly be very expensive. Just as a random side note, since transparencies do cost more than opaque things in computer
Really?
graphics.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's because you have to draw two things in that one spot, right? Like if something's transparent, you have to draw all the things of it that are there. But if something's opaque, then the thing behind it is not drawn anymore.
Oh wow. Okay. Interesting.
I mean, okay.
Nice. All right. So another brief density question here that people have asked about. And I know you already mentioned that you don't want people to feel like this, but there's a lot of worry that the game is going to turn into a walking simulator now that the packs are this much smaller.
Well,
and that there's
certainly it's not going to be that. It's just not going to be that, right? Like it's just not going to be that. I mean, do you feel that way, like in the early in game?
Oh,
or
I
like,
don't.
You know, towards the end of the campaign?
I don't
Right.
feel that at all.
A little
No.
bit.
Right. Well, then there you go. Right. I mean, it is only like it hasn't been nerfed below that. Like it's not like it gets like lower over time, right? I mean, it just doesn't.
And I think
go
one thing that's
higher
not
than that.
not in the 0.4 patch notes that was in 0.3.1, a lot of map sizes in Endgame were reduced by a tremendous degree. So maybe
Right,
some
right.
people who might have bounced, they don't recall that. So I think
Right,
everything
right.
is scaled a little bit down too.
Mhm.
Now, you mentioned targeted nerfs a second ago, so I want to skip ahead in my question list, Jonathan, and talk about something that is on everyone's minds. One of my friends said, remove it from the game. The Roa. Okay, I'm not a Roa enjoyer at all. I can't get into it. I know it's powerful. I'm not an enjoyer. Lots of people are Roa enjoyers. So Jonathan, can you give me like a dissertation on how the Roa is a balanced thing in PoE 2 right now?
Right. Well, I'll preface this by saying that I'm not primarily a balanced person. Like, there really is more Mark's domain. But at least the Roa, for whatever reason, the Roa got buffed when the sprint came out, and like that was kind of wrong. So like that's getting undone. It's
Yeah,
kind of now
that
back
didn't
to
make
just
any
being
sense.
normal movement speed again. And then also, I think the spirit cost is probably a little bit too low. Like it probably just needs to increase a little bit. Like it shouldn't necessarily be the case that like it's completely mandatory to actually play. But I mean, yeah, look, it's powerful, right? For sure. But like I don't necessarily think it's going to be across. Like I think it's capable of being balanced. Like I don't think there's a problem there. If you get the right spirit cost, you get the right numbers. But I think the key important thing is just that it does. I don't think anything less than 100%. Like I don't think anything less than having it be that you stay at exactly your normal move speed when you use it will feel fast. So that's kind of why it needs to have that element of it at least. But yeah, I think it's just a question of just make sure the cost is right, and then it should be okay. Yeah, like as I said, it has had some balance adjustments in 0.4.
Yeah. Movement speed's very powerful in PoE 2. So, I mean, people are blasting screens with the Roa from off screen while the warrior, rolling into combat up in melee. So, okay.
I mean, I don't necessarily think that the warrior has an exact problem with that. I think it's more just that you had the dominant build being the lightning arrow stuff So like you just ended up being kind of feeling that way. But then on the other hand, like the next meta will shift, and then you'll find the warrior is the best. And I'm sure that since the druids have so much attention,
that's not
the druid
fucking
will
happening.
end up being a pretty common one in 04.
Do you think Druid's going to be meta, Jonathan? Do you think it's going to be like busted? People are going to find some crazy interactions?
I think that it's very likely just because of the fact that it's had so much attention. Like, and I mean, so right now, the thing that we're kind of doing this week a lot is like testing in-game viability of like as many things as we can do. So we're trying to make sure that like, okay, so for example, right, like we were looking at like, okay, the like minion stuff with all the wolves, it's just not really kind of working in an in-game context. And like now we're like, okay, let's try to add some support to the tree to make it happen, right? So now, for example, we just added a keystone, which is that you can use a scepter with a talisman in order to get spirit as an animal. But then the keystone downside is that you got minus 50% spirit. So you kind of have to like like you still like you can't quite necessarily get as many minions as a minion character would have. But it kind of like lets you do a it makes that from a spirit perspective possible to do like minion stuff as a druid as an animal to get the kind of like pack leader wolf build working. And the other thing we did was we said, okay, there's a notable that will make it so that your rage bonuses apply to your minions, so that you can get actually get the damage to a good place, with your wolves and that kind of stuff, right? So we're like okay, we're just being very careful to look at the individual builds that someone might want to try and be like, okay, let's try and make sure that there's support in the tree for that kind of stuff. So that's really what a lot of this week is kind of going into, just those kind of like just make sure that there's the options there for someone, and that might be a unique, it might be a keystone, it might be a notable, like just try to make sure there's something there that can make each build that we want to do work. And so that's kind of it just making sure there's that in-game scaling.
That's exciting. I think I heard Gazzy from across the Atlantic like howling when you said those two keystones.
Right.
About the druids and minions, there's just wolves, right? It's the wolf pack. Does it require spirit to reserve?
In terms of the ones, in terms of the ones that come with you. So you have you've actually got a so there's two ways to get wolves. You've got the what's it called, the reservation gem, the spirit gem, that gives you a pack, and that gives you up to 6 wolves that respawn like a normal minion. Right. And then you've got the mark, where when you kill monsters.
Sorry? Back it up.
The reservation gem, the spirit gem, that gives you a pack, and that gives you up to 6 wolves that respawn like a normal minion. Right. And then you've got the mark, where when you kill monsters, it summons a wolf. And with that one, you can get like another, I don't know, 10, 15, like bunch more. Geez. So you can have like a pretty sizable pack if you're going for that. But yeah, it's just a question of making sure the stats of them can actually get to like reasonable levels compared to other minion builds, to make sure that's viable.
Okay. Do you see more animal companions coming in the distant future once the game is shipped?
We could potentially do more of that stuff. I mean, like, there's still plenty of other minion things going on, kind of adjacent, right? So you've got any kind of int minion stuff going on. Obviously, it's not in theme with the druid so much, but like we could probably do some more animals. But for the time being, we didn't think we really needed more to sort of make the druid work. And like, the druid isn't primarily a minion build, right? Like, it really is only the case if you're doing that whole kind of pack leader fantasy. That's like the main minion fantasy you'd have as a druid. So that we want to make sure at least sure that one was working.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it looks sweet. I mean, the Tundra Wolf looks amazing. So I think I'm going to gravitate toward that eventually after I try out the bear.
All of your other wolves that you have, by the way, turn into snow wolves when you turn into a snow wolf. So like your whole pack gets the upgrade. So it's kind of cool.
Attention to detail, pretty sweet. All right, we're going to go back to a little bit of game balance / identity. This is, I think, the number 2 other thing that people have just been piping up about, and that is charge generation, charges, and totems. Okay, yeah. Jonathan, so lay it on us. Why did you guys decide to go with this design of spell totems and ancestor totems in PoE 2, where you require the 3 charges to summon them and upkeep them? What's going on there? Because a lot of people...
The main thing that I don't want is for it to turn into a situation where basically any spellcaster build is a totem build. Like, I don't want it to be that just totems are just strictly superior to spellcasting.
That's fine, but also not the opposite, where they don't exist.
Kind of important. So that's the main thing. And the charges were just a good way to kind of make it so that, like, okay, if you're going totems, if you want to do totems as your primary thing, what we want to be doing is providing ways to get there by, like, there are uniques that are available that can, fix that problem for you. Like, you can do a totem build, and in fact, we are going to be showing so we're actually going to make a video of like a bunch of in-game builds for Druid pretty soon, just to kind of show like people like, okay,
really?
here's some just viable things that you can make, just like made by our design team of like, that you can do things. And that's not to say those are all the builds or they're even the best builds. They're just, here's some builds that our design team decided to come up with to show off at in-game. And one of them that we were doing is the, a pure spell totem build. Like, you can do it, and it's completely viable. You just need to, use the uniques and various mechanics around doing it. So, at the same time, the other thing as well is that I want using charges to feel like it gives you a significant bonus. Otherwise, they just feel pointless, right? Like, if it just, certainly shouldn't be just a thing where, like you don't. Okay, put it this way: you just need to make sure that, like, the first time you get a charge and then you use it, it feels like a significant upgrade over the base skill.
Right.
Now, in order for that to happen, there needs to be a certain level of difficulty in order to attain them. We just need to make sure there's a certain cost there. And it actually has been pretty hard to design the mechanics in such a way where it's like you can do it all the time, but also it doesn't feel like you just get them for doing nothing. Like, it's kind of that tough balance to strike there. And so that's what we're really trying to do. So yeah, I mean, really, it just comes down to those elements, right? Like, just don't make it so that every spellcaster is a totem build. That's like a hard challenge to even meet, even by itself, right? Because not having to cast the spells is like a pretty substantive benefit to have. So there needs to be some kind of cost there.
And I'll call it out because I've played for a very long time. In PoE 1, all the best spell builds were totem builds, and I always was like, oh man, I want self-cast to be fun. Like, it just feels better when you're playing. It's like something, I guess, kind of hard to describe. But there's something different about actually casting the spell, controlling where it goes instead of just boop.
When the fuck was the last time totems were better than self-casting? When's the last time somebody had a spell totem build? When the fuck were you playing? Shockwave totem once in Sanctum. Yep, the totem explode Pathfinder in that one build. The last time that there was a normal spell totem build, though, was Forbidden Rite totems. Yeah. Forbidden Rite totems was the last time that was. And that was one spell, not all spells. That was one spell, and that was 4 years ago. And still is better. Isn't it? Isn't that the point? Is that thing that they're talking about right now is a made-up problem that isn't real, that has never been real and didn't happen? Isn't that that's what I'm saying? I'm like, it's a good thing to be concerned about. It's something you should be keeping in your mind while designing totems, but it has never been the problem. That's not.
Popping up your totem and running around in circles. So yeah, okay.
So the other benefit you do get, though, is that effectively the spell totem can serve as an ultimate type ability for people who aren't speccing entirely into that way of playing. So effectively what you get there is, and there's actually something sort of interesting that we've been looking at in a few cases. So for example, the Wyvern Flame Blast, in its kind of default incarnation. So this is just aside from totems, right?
Yeah.
So this is the one where the Wyvern flies up and starts burninating everything. In its sort of default incantation of that, it's an ultimate really. You should be using it as like a boss ability if you get the opportunity. You know, like you heavy stun the boss, you start burning it, and the way that one works, by the way, is that it actually stacks ignites that add together. So unlike other ignite in the game, which you have to do a big hit, this is a type of ignite where like every time you hit them, the ignite grows and grows and grows and grows. So like that one there is like a kind of interesting thing with that particular thing. So it actually works really well against bosses where you can stack the ignite really huge. But we also wanted to make sure that ability, if you want to, you can do a build which is going to get you to the point where you're just like burninating like the whole map, like you're just continuously flying around in the air for ages doing things. But it does take like, you need this unique and you need like a few things. Like to get to the point of you're doing that, it does require a little bit of effort. But the key thing is we want to make sure it is possible to use an ultimate ability as a clearing skill should you really, really want to go down that route. It's just, not the default case, as I said.
Okay.
Oh, and by the way, with that ignite thing, just because I saw you were kind of reacting interestingly to that, we are going to change incinerate to use that system as well. So like it's a kind of a different thing we're trying out.
That's very exciting. I was going to ask if it was going to roll out to some other skills to change up how ignite works, because people are really looking for that.
Just those two for now.
Okay.
We might consider doing it for some other stuff, but I think the theme of the skill has to be like continuous burning for that to make sense as the way.
And is burninating a word? I've never heard this before, but I heard you say
It's probably just. It's probably just early internet. There was a meme video from a flash animation actually from a long time ago. Don't even worry about it. Okay. No one should really have to worry about it. It's just,
just really, really brief question while we're talking about the wyvern. Does Black Flame Covenant work with it or not? Because we saw it was like an attack-based gem on the gem, and Black Flame Covenant works with spells only. So I think that's the interview.
I think I mistakenly thought that it did at one point and said something about that, but I think it probably doesn't because it's not a spell. So it is an attack. Yeah.
Is there any way in the future there would be a keystone where we could get the same sort of thing?
I'll have to think about that. We were thinking. Well, no, whatever. I won't talk about that.
Oh, you can leak it. Yeah. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. Okay, I appreciate that. All right. Yeah, that totem one. One more follow up on it. Generating charges in boss fights, is that something that people are going to be easily able to do? Because that's one of the big complaints that I saw, that I know you just said you'll be able to do a soul totem build, so it must be possible. There's just a few pieces in place.
Sure. But then in terms of just the general way as well, we've got things like that a little bit like in the kind of more mid-game options for that. Well, I mean, even early game, really. You've got things like Wing Blast that can generate charges. And like, so for example, what we're doing with that is like during regular clearing, it only generates charges very occasionally. For boss fights, you'll generate 3 charges when you use it on a Prime for Stun monster. So you can do that sort of, but as I said, in that context, it's more of an ultimate type ability. So if you want to do the kind of like pure totem build, you're going to need to find a solution to that isn't just in the like base skill set. It's going to involve supports and uniques and stuff like that.
Okay, cool. Thank you. All right, moving over to a melee focused question here. So back when a bulk of the melee skills were first developed, I believe the game didn't have WASD implemented, so a lot of movement was baked into the skills to make them feel really good. And then when WASD was implemented, you guys went back and you added movement to a lot of the ranged based or spell casting skills, but the movement is still baked into the melee skills. Do you guys see a world where you could go back and you could add moving while attacking to some of these melee-based skills? Because it does feel so much, I just got to say, it feels so much better when you can maintain full control of your character throughout the course of a skill animation.
It does. A
couple of things with that. So for range, moving while attacking feels good, but for melee, what you actually end up with is a thing that feels really floaty. So you there are some games that do that, but I just feel like you end up with very floaty, like non-punchy animations. So what you generally have to do is you have to kind of lerp into get some kind of point of the attack where it becomes fixed. And that's what we try to do with our targeting thing, where like, so for example, the easiest one to show that on is like double slam. So it's called rolling slam.
Rolling slam.
Where effectively like you can stare it the whole way. And effectively when we talk about moving while attacking, it's really more about skills like that, where you can do, like attacks, like the movement is still built into the animation. So you don't feel floaty, but you still have a level of control over that sort of stuff. And that's what we sort of try to do with our attacks, is like try to have it so there's a level of control, but it's not fully just like moving arbitrarily. Because as I said, you do end up feeling very floaty. So that's just a sort of really comes down to sort of a feels thing. And like as I said, when you do try that kind of stuff, it doesn't end up feeling that great. There's even things that we've tried before along those lines, and as I said, it just never kind of really felt right. So that's why we didn't end up doing it.
Is it something that we would perhaps see with future melee weapons, where maybe, okay, you can move while attacking with a sword or an axe as opposed to mace?
Like, as I said, it really is more about the individual skills and like how they specifically function. Like I don't think that we would just generally have, as I said, we wouldn't have completely free form movement like that. You'll even notice like in a lot of other melee games, if you like you can have a thing where you can lerp into an attack, and by that what I mean is that you've got a bit of control for part of it, but it's like slows down into like being part of the animation at a certain point. And like we'll probably experiment a little bit more with that, but I don't think we'd want to just be like, okay, it's just like full floaty, just like move in any like arbitrary direction while you're attacking type things. I really don't think it feels very good.
Okay. Now this next one, I know you've been asked it many times, but it was the #1 most requested question that I ask about again. And it simply is, why does the warrior have so many downsides on the tree and gear, whereas witch, monk, ranger comparatively have none? I know you guys have talked about this a lot, but could you...
Well, I mean, fundamentally, it really is just that... So, it's funny because I don't think there's necessarily like an extreme number in the warrior area, but the funny thing is when we put a downside on something, we also make the upside higher. And so people then see like, okay, what are the best nodes? And they're going to see these big numbers on like some of these on some of these nodes, and they're going to say, okay, well, like, I want that, but I don't want the downside. And so it's kind of like the reason that they attract attention is just because of the fact the numbers are higher. If we didn't have the downside on there, obviously the upside would also be lower.
Yep, that's better.
So it's kind of like just that thing. Now, what was that? Sorry.
Is it a packaging problem?
Not necessarily. But as I said, personally, I like the idea that you can spec into different things like that. And so, for example, like a commonly cited one would just be like, you've got like more damage and then less attack speed, right? You've got those kinds of nodes.
Yep.
And it's like the ideal way that you should be thinking about that is an opportunity where it's like, well, what can I use this with that is not going to care about the downside particularly, and right, especially when you've got weapon spec points where it's like, okay, these couple of abilities, I don't care about attack speed, so I'm gonna get that node for that case and that kind of thing. Like, like you want to try and you see each downside as more of an opportunity, in my opinion. So honestly, I feel like I'd want to see more nodes like that around for other parts of the tree, right? Like just do more of that kind of thing. You don't want to go overboard with it, right? Like you don't want to like every node's going to downside. That just gets tiring. But
okay. Like, I understand in theory, if I forget about the nodes we've actually got and you just listen to him speak, that makes sense. But here's the counter to that, and this is why I wish I was doing interviews. Because even though this node says 40% increased damage, that is a lot of damage. You could argue it's worth losing 5% attack speed to do this. However, when you're playing this character and you're leveling up, and you take 10%, 10%, 10%, 10% damage, and these all feel good and you get better and your character feels better every time you get a level, and then you get a level, you put this node in, and your character actively feels worse to play. So you level up, you take a keystone, and now your character feels worse to play. Even if the damage is higher, even if the actual output is higher, it now feels worse. And that's not ideal. That's bad. And it's noticeable. When I took this node, the few times I played Warrior, that's noticeable. Like it feels worse. And then like, okay, what would a normal notable be? So like 10%. So let's go up here, right? So lightning's a 12%. And then what is it? What's a damage one here? 6% is extra and 18 pen. Jesus. Let's just look for like a spell damage node. What about just a generic spell damage? Do those exist? Here's some elementals. Here's some elemental nodes, right? These are 10s. They're the same lead-ins. 10, 10, 10, 30% and 5 all res. Well, fuck your 40% then. Give me 30% and 5 all res. Now it'll be just as strong as this node up here. Get rid of that downside. Give me 5 all res. Give me 250 flat armor and 30%. No downside. right? Like it just doesn't add up. It's just not right.
Yeah, I think there's a few there. I don't think there's necessarily too many there, but they certainly attract attention because of the fact that the upsides are higher on them as well.
They do. They do. Yeah, there's not as many kiss curse things on the right side of the tree as the left. Like
Right. I mean, yeah, we can.
Yeah,
We,
add more
as I say, I think
negatives.
there's room for adding more of those, honestly.
No.
Now, how about those are openly advertised? How about the hidden penalties? I know one that still exists to this day is the penalty for movement speed on heavy armor. Is that something that you guys would ever want to remove?
I mean, I guess I don't have a problem with it myself. I've always kind of found it to be just like, like it's just an interesting thing once again to build around on different characters. I don't like part of the reason to do it on the heavy armor is just that like tanky feeling you can kind of have from like I'm a strong warrior, and so I think it just sort of works on that level. But yeah, as I said, I don't feel particularly inclined to get rid of that one, I have to say.
Okay. All right. Now, I know you've been asked about this a lot. I think if you added a rhinoceros mount for the warrior, I think all your problems would be solved. Then people could like ride on the rhino, wielding the giant mace, feel like they're on the Roa. Be good.
Well, I don't know about a rhino, but yeah, we'll see. I suspect that more mounts is more of a post 1.0 type of feature.
Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, this is a good one that I'd like to hear you talk about, especially considering we're getting the druid. So last patch in 0.3, you added the ability to instantly weapon swap, as opposed to it having a delay in 0.1.0.2. But I didn't see a lot of builds that utilize the multi-weapon swap capabilities. They usually stick to just one weapon. Now, moving forward to 0.4, I know you're encouraging the form shifting and all that. Do you have thoughts on why people aren't speccing into multiple weapons, like a quarterstaff and a spear, or a crossbow and a mace?
I wouldn't say it's that unusual. Like, I mean, you certainly do see it, and I think you'll see it more and more over time. I mean, like, the mechanics are there to allow for that kind of thing. Like, there's generally speaking, like, I sort of suspect that one of the reasons is that
I suspect right there that Talkative just didn't look at enough builds. I did. It certainly wasn't every build, but there were certainly quite a few builds around that are doing exactly that.
And something I've noticed is that people, when they see it, they almost feel bad about it rather than good in some cases, where they're like, oh, like it's just an exploit that you're using this other ability from this other class to like just you get this one effect. And it's like, well, that is kind of the point, right? Like if there's another class that has a thing that like, that allows you to get this thing more easily than your current class, then yeah, I mean that's kind of the reason why that exists, right? So like, I don't know, I feel like you do see quite a lot of it. I think maybe people have a different imagination in their mind about what it might be, like what that would look like. But yeah, I mean what it does look like is you're trying to find a combo that can work, and that's why we have all these different sort of synergies around between different weapons and like the shared mechanics, right? So you've got things like armor break and charges and random stuff like that kind of like allow you to sort of potentially get better things. Now, for the druid, you're right. We're leaning into weapon swap here specifically because of the fact that you've got the hybrid melee and caster stuff going on, and so there's a lot more specific synergy in that case. And you kind of will need to be able to learn how to do the weapon swap. And I guess what we might see from that is more people just being generally aware of the options there, and then potentially doing more stuff with build creation. But as I said, I wouldn't say it's like not happening now, and certainly there's like no real downsides to doing so. So, I'd say that it's a thing that happens for sure.
Okay. Building on this point, do you think in the future you'll bake more cross-class synergies into skills? For example, when I saw the Druid Primal skills, the elemental ones, I was like, oh, I wonder if they have infusions baked into them. That's something you guys think about?
We did think about the infusion case. In the end, we did decide to keep that to be like for the elemental spellcaster stuff specifically, like so for the Sork set of skills. But like, I do like doing that kind of stuff. I just didn't in this particular case. It didn't feel quite right because there weren't like. It didn't feel like there was a full elemental cycle in the same exact way that the like to justify the infusions being in there. And it would feel a bit weird to just have like one skill or two skills like have it. So in the end, it kind of we decided to not do the infusions and just keep it as a mechanic for the Sork.
Okay. And touching
There, unmuted myself. Okay.
I think
Bye-bye.
on infusions
Let's keep
just a
listening.
little bit more. You guys are leading into that mechanic with remnants as well for like the Acolyte of Chayula. Obviously, the Acolyte received pretty tremendous number buffs this time around. I've seen some people talk about how the payoff for going around and collecting the remnants or the infusions isn't necessarily worth like how much damage they're getting from it or the effect afterwards. Is that something you guys are keenly like looking into and making sure that it's always worthwhile at the end of the day?
I think there's a few things going on with that that really just come down to a lot of balance numbers. So, like, one of the things that I haven't been doing this work myself, but Mark has, is we've been increasing the durations of a lot of things in this balance pass.
Sure.
Like, one of the things that in PoE 1, the sort of standard duration for something was kind of like 4 seconds. In PoE 2, it kind of needs to be longer to actually be worthwhile, so like 6, 8, and 10 in some cases. So generally speaking, like a lot of these numbers have sort of ended up as the similar numbers to what PoE 1 had for certain things, or just like people just used to being like, okay, if you've got a duration, just put 4 seconds as a kind of a default. But yeah, I think in PoE 2, you actually need those numbers to be longer to sort of make things work. So that's been a thing to kind of just increase durations to make it actually worthwhile. And also means you don't feel as frantic, like feeling like, oh, I have to use this before it goes away and that kind of stuff. Like there's just a lot of that sort of stuff that can kind of improve the feeling of that. But the other thing as well is just increasing the there's more nodes or like buffing nodes that make pickup radiuses be larger as like another axis that you can do to kind of make the like if you it should be possible to get your pickup radius to the point where like it effectively like changes the dynamics of entirely, so you don't have to worry about actually going to pick them up. They just kind of come to you because the pickup radius is far enough away. Like if you want to spec into that, right? It's another build axis you can do. So you kind of just do this stuff. And so as I said, it's more of a question of just balance numbers, I think, to sort of get the feel right. Yeah, the durations of things is really goes a long way to that.
Okay. Swapping gears over to item rarity for a little bit. Now, in this interview with Ziggy D, you and Mark mentioned that in the future, and I'd like to clarify, you guys are going to remove item rarity from gear. You just don't know what to replace it with yet. Is that correct?
I am not going to promise anything because like we can see how like things go. But like as I said, right now I would prefer to remove it, and it's really just a question of what to replace it with. So that's like kind of my feeling about it right now. But
Give me
yeah,
quantity,
look, it's gonna.
I dare ya.
There's still some arguments in the other direction, but look, this seems to be generally what people prefer. And at this point, I'm sort of pretty sympathetic to that, so that's what I prefer to do.
I hate this.
It's funny though because it can seem trivial, like oh, surely you can come up with another mod to come up to replace that, but it has to be on all gear. It has to have some level of like. It has to feel like it's something you can specialize in that isn't damage on your build that you actually feeling meaningfully need, which is quite tricky. Like in order to make it so that there's like something that you're trading off when you're getting these mods on your gear. So I don't think it's like okay to just be like a completely junk useless mod. Like there needs to be something where it's like okay, any character might want this, but it's also something you would only want to worry about at the point where you've already like sorted your damage and resistance and other sort of problems. So like that's the kind of thing that it needs to be able to do. So
That's
yeah,
what
that
it already
tricky.
does.
I will just say, I had 0% item rarity and 0.3. Had a great time, you guys. Throw that out there.
Sure, you don't need it. Like
You
you
don't
don't.
need
It
it.
absolutely is not necessary.
Yeah.
I do think there's a lot of misunderstanding about exactly what it does and how much it affects things and so on, and that doesn't really help. And part of the reason for that is just because it is so complicated and how it works and like it kind of.
I've been saying this from the launch of the first beta, before they did any balancing of it at all. Rarity isn't a problem at all. The only reason rarity is a problem is because content creators who don't understand how it works told everyone how bad it was. They were wrong about everything, and then everyone believed them. It's that simple. People hate it because they were told to hate it by people who don't even understand what it's doing. It's actually crazy. People hate on item rarity on gear because stupid people with influence who don't understand what's going on.
I don't know if anyone
Tell
has
them
told
they
you
should be
this
upset
today,
about
but you deserve some money. I don't have any to give you, but I just thought that you should know that you deserve some money.
I'm just telling you, rarity is not a problem. It's a problem content creators made by not understanding.
Can't be any other way than complicated just due to the nature of all the various things that are going on in the item drop system.
2 follow-ups there. Have you guys ever considered releasing the kind of formula behind it because there's been so much community speculation, or is that something you want to keep close to your chest?
We really don't want to do that because item drops are something that you want to be able to tweak how they work and so on. And like, there's like it would mean that every single time we change anything, people would be like on us, like rats up a drain pipe. So it's kind of like we want to be able to have that at least as something that we can like fiddle around with a little bit. But the other thing as well is that, like it's so tricky. There is a lot of emergent complexity that comes out of the rules that it has in terms of how like what results in what as far as like the final drops are concerned. And so yeah, I don't even think it's like even is that understandable. Now the same is true of the stat system, right? And yet PoE what do you call it, the sorry, the name's fallen out of my head, the thing that you use to make builds,
Path of Building.
Path of Building, sorry, yes. The Path
Okay,
of
I don't
Building.
use it
So I
either.
mean, things like Path of Building exist. So it's not like people wouldn't make a model of it, right? Like they would,
Yeah.
but at the same time, I just, I just think we'd prefer not to have to go down that road.
Okay, burninating and now rats up a drain pipe. That's two things I'm adding
Maybe
to my
that might be an
vocabulary.
Australasian slang potentially.
That's good.
So I'm not sure.
And then one extra thing, I saw people talking about how the changes to item rarity, this patch reduced its values on gear. Wouldn't
Yeah.
that have the effect of more people wanting to try to put as much item rarity on their gear? Because now it has lesser values across all your gear slots. Now it becomes more of a coveted stat. That kind of acting in reverse. Or
So I don't necessarily think so. So last time we lowered the numbers in a way that didn't affect what the numbers displayed on items were, and I think that actually in retrospect it would have been better to do the other way around because people still see a number that they still assume has a certain effect. So this time we decided to do it in the way of just reducing the numbers on the gear, which like at the end of the day you still have to get the the mod, like you still only get one mod per gear slot, right? So right, like it is a strict nerf to what you can do, but I believe that we also adjusted the formula at the same time. Like in terms of what the max that it affects. So as far as I'm understanding, like it means that like you don't need more of your gear to have item rarity on it. Like it's just that the displayed number and the cap is now lowered at the same time, so that you kind of like you've got that feeling of like, okay, like I can see this having a lesser effect than what it would have had before. Just sort of communicate that a bit better.
okay, let the speculation run rampant. Let's go to a fun question. I don't know if you have the stats on this, but I'll ask you anyway. So for Path of Exile 1, we can see Steam achievements of like who's killed Hillock and who's finished the campaign, who's taken out the Searing Exarch. Do you have those type of stats internally for Path of Exile 2? And do you know?
You can do as strong as ever in Act 1. I do have a disgusting weapon. 34% spell, 25% chaos, 1 to chaos. That was gross. That's just worth knowing. Like, it's an absolutely fucking filthy weapon. Like that is disgusting.
Like the percentage of people who have killed the Miller, finished the campaign, and killed the Arbiter of Ash?
I actually don't know what those are offhand. We can get them. Like we do have stat collection that for that kind of thing. But it would just be a question. Not so. One of the things with this is I normally only ask for stats about things if I'm actually gotten a change in mind that I want to do in response to those stats.
Okay.
There's one of these mistakes people can make sometimes where they effectively just like look at a bunch of stats to see what jumps out. And the problem with that is that you can get outliers that then cause you to make bad decisions. So I sort of prefer to be like, before I go and like use a stat for something, I'm like, okay, what would I do if the stat was, this value? What would I do if it was that value? And kind of know the answer to that before I ask for the stat in order to prevent myself from making decisions based on just like looking at a bunch of stats and just finding the outliers.
I know that you were using stats a lot, and I think it was 0.2 with volatile plants. You found out that it was killing so many players, and you made changes based on those stats. Have there been any for 0.3 going into 0.4 that have stood out to you?
Not that I'm particularly aware of, but as I said, it's not kind of the domain I normally work in for that kind of balance. So yeah, but it's as I said, it's the kind of thing that we'll look into when we like. I mean, a really common situation is if people are complaining about something, and we're like we don't understand it. That's a good time to go to the stats to be like, okay, well let's try to find out why, what's actually going on here, like what's occurring.
Okay. Question about Fate of the Val a little bit and its loot. So we obviously have the temple that we're building. Is this going to be something that's influenced by item rarity, and are we getting drops from here, or are they all in like reward curios and chests and all that stuff?
So it's a mix because the the monsters in the temple just have regular item drops, and those like effectively get juiced by mods that the rooms can give. So effectively, it can mean that you got the sort of more traditional way that you can juice mods, like you can juice rarity of things in that way. But then there's also particularly like fixed drops, and a lot of the like most generally speaking, most of the rooms will have some kind of drop with that. But the way that it's often delivered is in some kind of crafting device that you can either use right away, or you can take the currency from, or like in the higher levels and that kind of thing. So like there's a lot of kind of fixed drops or like fixed uniques and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of the rewards just come from those sort of fixed elements, which you will know that you're going to get because you've got a certain room. So obviously people will have to like work out like what comes from what and everything. There's not that many rooms, but then they do have different levels, and so like generally speaking, they get more. Things get more powerful as you go up, and then also you've got the stuff where there's like there are extra reward rooms that you get from the architects and that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of fixed drops in the league for sure. But yeah, more traditional stuff from just from regular monster killing.
And how high can you juice up the temple? Do you expect it to be on par with the rewards that people are getting from maxed out maps and the like, or does it
yeah, it should absolutely be. So I mean the intention was to scale it into end game, like both in terms of difficulty as well as the rewards. So that's why I've got the whole like tier 3 room thing going on, where they give mods, and like you can stack a lot of that stuff. It can get very, very hard. The thing that I think people should understand, just by the way, which is probably something we should communicate in some way in the game as well, is that you don't have to keep killing the architect necessarily. It can be a better strategy to not kill the architect and instead just build up the temple with lots and lots of rooms if your goal is like kind of like max end game juicing, because the architect has got certain rewards that they can give you with specific reward rooms, but it does like destroy more of the temple when you kill him. So like if you want to build the biggest temple to get like the most maximum amount of just like traditional rewards in the sense of just like juicing individual monsters, the best strategy is like don't kill the architect, instead just like finish the rest of the temple, and then build more and get it as large as you can to get the most mods possible.
So don't kill Katarina, farm the safe houses. Didn't we decide we hated that? Okay, all right, it's fine. Look, we haven't played it yet. Maybe it's good. We haven't played it yet. Maybe it's good. I'm just saying that like this sounds very reminiscent of the best strategy is to never kill Katarina so that you don't blow up your safe house setup. Right? It sounds a lot like that.
Right.
So there's kind of like a few strategies. Like you've got like architect killing, which is going to get you reward rooms. You've got like just build the temple big and just get traditional drops, or you've got like Zeri kills, which is going to getting the Zeri rewards and that kind of stuff. So there's kind of a few different strategies you could have there.
Now, this league, one of the big things I saw from a lot of players who didn't play Path of Exile 1, PoE 2 was their first Exile game. They saw you guys presenting this league mechanic and their minds just exploded. They're like, oh my gosh, the complexity, this is wild. Have you guys thought about that? Does it get a little bit in the weeds sometimes with it, or can you kind of just build your temple and go and expect to have a good time?
You can just build your temple, and like because of the fact that it shows you the squares that are gonna upgrade things, like now you can think about it. You'd be like, you can be thinking on a deeper level of like, I want to upgrade this specifically, so I'm gonna make sure like leave a hole here to place the room that goes next to it, that kind of stuff. Like you can think like that, or you can just place things where the bright green is, and you'll honestly do fairly well. Like the UI is definitely like a lot better than what we would have done in the past, and it's actually one of the reasons why I developed the simulation myself, because I was writing the code in such a way to make the UI for communicating the stuff as easy as possible. So like one of the things I was initially like is like if I just made this without thinking about the UI experience, it probably would have gone very differently, because when I was building it, I'm like, okay, every single thing you do, you need to be able to show the user exactly what it will do to the temple when you hover it. Like before you commit, you need to see that, which means you need a way to like predict the next state before you've actually committed to the previous one. And that's like just like a thing that's like easy to do when you're building it initially, but would have been hard to bolt on afterwards if I just asked a UI programmer to do that. So like it's that kind of thing that you need to think about really early on. And then there's also the whole idea of just like, you know, making sure that you can even like by being able to do that look head for each option, you can then say like, okay, will this upgrade anything and that kind of stuff. Like it allows you to like to get those UI cues in really well, so it just makes it much better for communication with the players.
Yeah, I love hearing the game design tidbits. I swear that's my favorite part of all this, learning all this stuff. Okay, you also said that Fate of the Val was your first full league that you built out in Path of Exile 2. You know, it has very in-depth mechanics, it has the new pinnacle boss, it has all these unique crafting capabilities. Is this something that you guys are going to look back to do for the other leagues that were ported to PoE 2 from PoE 1? So your Rituals, your Deliriums, do you want to give them the full treatment that I feel like we got with Abyss too? I feel like you might be selling yourself short.
Yeah, so I mean, Abyss was pretty good for sure.
Yeah.
It's just that this one's even just slightly a bit beyond that, and I feel like put it this way, I would say Abyss was reaching the tier of like stuff that a PoE 1 league has been doing, but I feel like this Fate of the Val is more like what we kind of want to be doing for a PoE 2 like tier of league in terms of like the amount of stuff going on. Now you're completely right that some of the older leagues are not nearly as good compared to in PoE 2. I mean, compared to the newer stuff, and that really is where 050, like with all the in-game stuff we're talking about, like it's about that, right? Like it's about making all those league mechanics feel more full, have more things going on. You know, like making sure that and like when we talk about the Atlas tree, it's like like a lot of the reason why the Atlas tree is not as good is because there aren't as many things that it can do to the leagues that are in the Atlas, and things like that. There's like stuff like that needs to be addressed. So it's a lot of that stuff that needs to happen to kind of make the in-game feel better. And yeah, it really is about making those leagues feel more interesting.
Revisiting what we talked about at the top of the interview with endgame being pushed to 0.5, what was the decision making like with you guys when you said, okay, we're gonna push endgame and we have Fate of the Val coming out? Is there a reason why you guys focused more on the league, which looks awesome, as opposed to the endgame core game changes? Was there like a specific reasoning there, or was it a timing thing?
It wasn't necessarily a question between the league and the end game, because you need to have a league. You just have to. Like people will not come back if there isn't a league. So like that's just mandatory. So really it comes down to what other content is going to be in the.
So real quick, just out of curiosity, have we tested that theory ever? Because I just throwing it out to my chat right now. Like I know this isn't a really big test, but if there was no new league at all, but the entire end game got reworked, a bunch of the whole Atlas changes, everything like that. There's 7 pages of balance changes, just like everything else. But there was no new league this time. Would that fucking matter to you? Because it wouldn't matter to me even a little bit. I'd be like, fuck yeah, let's go.
Don't whisper at me from the dark. I am.
Especially the new campaign. Yeah, if it was just a ladder reset, I would agree, right? If it was just a ladder reset, then that's no good, right? But like, if instead of working on a league, you come back in, and instead of getting just Druid, let's say we get the Sword class, 2 of those Ascendancies, and 2 Templars, and the third, I don't know, fucking Amazon or whatever the hell is missing one, and there's like, now there's like 4 new classes coming out, and also the rework of the end game all happens at the same time, but there's no new league. Like, I feel like that would be great for me. So I don't know, maybe the like wider audience of people, the like couch dad gamers and whatnot, maybe they're the ones that feel like this. I'm not, to be clear, I'm not disagreeing with Jonathan here. He's got way more of this information than I have. It's me trying to connect in my head, who is it that thinks like this? Who is it that is insistent there must be one? Because I'm sure it's not us, the collective, like, degenerate PoE people. If we see a big endgame rework, new classes come out, balance changes everywhere, but there's no new league, I don't fucking care. In fact, I'm probably more excited. I'd personally rather see 4 or 5 classes come out at once instead of one, have a bunch of endgame balance stuff happen, but not a new mechanic or a new thing, right?
Patch, and it really would have been, if we wanted to push to get the in-game stuff done, we probably would have had to sacrifice the druid, which I really didn't want to do. And
he's already seen the relevant data. Yeah, I don't want to disagree with him. I do know that for me personally, the exact opposite would be true. Like, I'd be far happier if there wasn't a new league being added, but a whole buttload of work was done to the end game and new classes and new weapon types and all of that sort of stuff. That would make me significantly happier than a new league. Which I guess thinking like that probably puts us in the minority, because I'm sure that he hasn't just made that up, right? Like, he has information, more of it than we've got. So I guess that puts us in the minority. Which is just a weird place to be. Zero 1% player. Why is that shocking? It depends. It depends on how you're thinking. Anyway,
there was a point where we're like, could we sacrifice the druid to be able to do this in-game stuff? And we decided, you know what? I think that's probably a worse trade. But even then, I think it probably wouldn't have delivered quite the what we needed to have, just because you know, like there are some for content like that. There's quite a lot of things in the deep in the pipeline you should do, like in terms of just like modeling and animation, all that sort of stuff that needs to happen relatively early. So I don't think it would have been as good as what it will be when it's in 050 instead. So I feel like we would have compromised in 2 ways. We would have had like no druid, and we would have had a worse in-game expansion as well. So I definitely don't think it was the right move. Yeah, gonna definitely be better to do it later.
It's definitely fair. Okay, this one's a question for myself that I'm curious about. The release in China, the official release happened in 0.3. I'm curious, what was the reception in China, and how did it compare to the original 0.1 release, the global release?
Well, you know, it's going pretty well there, but honestly, I don't have like a huge amount to say about it. Like, you know, it's another market. It's published by Tencent there, and they kind of do that job, and they handle most of the stuff going on there.
Okay. Quick follow-up. What piece of community feedback during 0.3 helped shape 0.4 the most? Is there one thing that really stands out to you guys as, oh my gosh, we definitely need to fix this? And you can't say endgame. Okay.
Yeah. I honestly don't know that I could pick any one particular thing. I mean, I guess probably one of the things that's just been generally on our mind is just build diversity and that kind of stuff, like trying to improve that. So there's been a lot of like, you know, balance work and so on going on behind the scenes, and they're still ongoing as well. But like, it's sort of hard to sort of pick that up and be like, hey, this feature was specifically inspired by that, you know, because it really is just like a lot of smaller things. Yeah, but yeah, a big goal I have. I mean, look, you've got like the performance work is obviously something I'm really focused on. The balance work is something Mark's really focused on. These are kind of like the two big like things that we're really trying to make sure are getting better. And both of us, unfortunately, in both cases, are like there's still more to do, right? There's still so much more to do. And Mark is often will say, you know, like the problem with balance is that you could infinitely do it. Like you could literally he could literally spend his entire life doing only that and never anything else, and it would still feel like it wasn't enough. So you know, that's one of those things. But yeah, we will get to a point though where I think the build diversity in particular is a lot better.
The ascendancy buffs were pretty exciting. I was shocked to see almost every single one was buffed. What did you guys look at in particular to make those decisions? Do you guys use like PoE Ninja? Is it primarily just reading about the feedback? How should people get their feelings about ascendancy classes being more exciting?
It really is more of a question for Mark, this one. But
okay.
from my understanding, I mean, look, he does do a lot of research on Ninja and that kind of stuff. He's looking at things, but ultimately he's, you know, he's the question a lot of the thing is like, why is this not played is the hard part sometimes, because the attention usually goes on the things that are being played. That's what people talk about a lot of the time. So it's a much harder thing to look at, okay, like here's something that isn't played, why? And that's really the question he's asking most of the time. Just like what would it take to get me to play this is the question that you need to be asking yourself when you're doing these balance things.
Smart. Okay, shifting gears to the Druid, which is something that I was incredibly excited to finally see in Path of Exile 2 after waiting for it for so long. You guys introduced two initial ascendancies, the Oracle and the Shaman, and while they look interesting, they didn't necessarily vibe with me. I have to pose to you. What happened to an Unga Bunga shape-shifting focus like ascendancy where it's like, oh, you get bonuses for being a bear and swapping into this different form? Is that a plan, or is that something you guys want to refrain from, since shape-shifting forms have kind of been baked into weapons? And I know you don't really want to attach ascendancy to a weapon.
Generally speaking, ascendancies don't do things that are like, we try to make it so they can be used on many classes with many builds. And so if we just said like, here's the shape-shifting ascendancy class, everyone would just do that, and then there kind of wouldn't be any room left over for other things. And so that's why we prefer to not do that if we can. I think Mark even already said that, like, you know, we might do a more shape-shifting focused class for a third one. But if we did, it would have to not even say the word shape-shifting in it. It would have to be like very much implying shape-shifting and have a lot of bonuses that make sense and be in theme for shape-shifting, while not necessarily actually requiring you to be shape-shifted in order to make it so that it can work across many things. And you'll see that.
Yeah, I agree with that perfectly fine. It's sort of the idea of how like Infernalist is the minion build, but like also it's not, right? Like it's got a tiny bit of minion stuff in it. The problem, of course, with Infernalist is that there's a tiny bit of minion stuff in it and Lich, and then that's it. There aren't any other options. The idea, at least in my head at the beginning, this should apply to shapeshifting as well, not just minions, is that there would be, you know, 4 or 5 different ascendancies, maybe 6, you know, like a bunch that just have like a little bit of support for it baked in there so that you have some choices rather than having a, right? Which was, in theory, that would be a great way to do it, right? Because when you have the Necromancer problem from PoE 1, it's just, you're a minion build, you're a Necromancer, right? And it's really hard to get away from that because it's just got minion support everywhere. So I'd like to see the same thing. I'd like to see more of that for minions, more little like, hey, this would work for me and my allies. But I'd also, same for shapeshifting, a little bit of support, you know, throughout the thing.
Across all the ascendancy classes, like we really try to make it so that they're as generally applicable as possible while feeling like they're very specific.
What was the craziest part of creating the Druid the past 5-6 years? There a moment that you were just like, why are we even doing this? Like, it's very fun.
Well,
it's
I mean,
cool.
I think I've talked about this before, but like getting the wolf was a challenge.
That's interesting.
And like there was periods where we even cut the wolf, right? Like there was a period where like we're not doing the wolf again, we're going to do something else. You know, like it ended up being something that people really wanted, and even internally, so we kind of had to do it. But you know, like there's just like it's just really hard. I mean, look, we had another form at one point that we were gonna specialize in, that we decided not to do in the end. We were gonna have you turn into a giant plant monster. It was like kind of crazy.
That's what I was hoping for.
Yeah, that's something that you know, it was cool, but it wasn't a wolf. Yeah. Like there are things like that we did. But yeah, it's just been it's just mostly just been like a real animation challenge, like having to deal with the things that aren't humans.
Was there a
much harder.
particular iteration of the druid, whether like a skill or an ascendancy or a form that you haven't talked about that you were excited for but you had to cut? Anything that just
Yeah,
didn't
so
make-
definitely the plant monster. It was really cool. Like it walked around on vines and it had this like kind of interesting like just like feel to it. I mean, it was a similar. It was the same type of creature as Bramblegast. You know, like we're like you're gonna be like Bramblegast in terms of like walking around. And it was pretty
That's
cool. But as I
cool.
said, it kind of just didn't really work. And like you do some vine slaps, and then we're kind of like, okay, pretty much the rest of the skill set of this, when you actually try it, just ends up feeling like the same sort of stuff that you had with the nature stuff on the class anyway. So you know, like it was cool to be that thing, but it just kind of didn't really make sense in the end.
And people are really vibing with the plant skills too. I see everybody excited to be farmers and to water the plants and everything. Did you expect that sort of reception? Because I'm kind of shocked to see everybody hyped.
I mean, I was really happy with it, honestly. Like you know, the watering the plants thing came relatively late. Like it actually happened while we were trying to work out what support gems we could have for the lightning for the thunderstorm skill. It used to be called Lightning Storm, in fact, and it just had lightning. And I was like, we were trying to design supports, and I was like, okay, like I need to find something else interesting for this to do. I don't know, actually, no, was it the supports? Something like that. But anyway, there was some point where we changed over to be like, okay, let's you know, let's add another mechanic to this that can actually make it so that it interacts with the other skills in the class. And I was really happy with that one. And I suspect what we might even end up doing is have the watering concept come onto the ranger at some point in some way. I'm not quite know how yet, but at some point I'll probably try to come up with that because I think it kind of can be quite cool. And we did add all of the watering features to all of the plants that the ranger already has.
Oh, really? Okay, so there's some
Yeah, so you
synergies
can
there.
water all the ranger's plants if you want. I mean, currently we're required to do something cross-class, but
Okay.
later on I think we can probably do something interesting with that.
Okay. I want to swap gears and talk a little bit about bosses. Back in 0.3, you guys tremendously decreased the health of pinnacle bosses, not bosses of maps or anything. Do you ever see you raising the ceiling of those again so that maybe they're a little bit more challenging to the top end of builds? People have something to chase after and fight?
The problem with this is that we don't want to limit the number of builds that can be considered viable too much by having the pinnacles be too high in life. And it's especially a little bit... it can be a little bit deceptive when you've got a few things that are completely crazy at the moment that, like, you know, can sort of effectively make it seem trivial to a lot of people. But yeah, ultimately, it's like the higher your ceiling is on the pinnacles, the higher well, effectively the higher bar that a build needs to clear to actually be considered viable. And I think it was just kind of not really quite healthy. Now there could still be some adjustment to this, of course, right? Like we'll adjust it once we have a look, but we have to get the balance into a bit more of a like correct place before we can sort of say that like, okay, here's what the life needs to be. And I mean, look, it wouldn't surprise me at all if we ended up buffing some of that life a little bit, but I don't think it needs I certainly wouldn't want to be like, okay, this is like 3 times higher and like ultra challenging. As I said, as soon as you have something like that, that'll become the bar you need to clear for a build to be viable, and suddenly a bunch of builds just get erased. So that's the challenging part there.
All right. And I also see, and I debated it myself, people talking about the new boss resistance window. This only exists in the patch notes right now, unfortunately. So we don't know how it plays out in game. Could you just give the skinny on why you guys implemented it and how exactly it works?
It's just to prevent preloading of the boss with like all sorts of stuff. You know, like so. I don't know exactly how long it lasts, but it's not long. It's just basically the first few seconds of the fight. You the boss is resistant to stuff. And honestly, in PoE1, a ton of bosses have this. It's just like it's just already a thing. In PoE2, we didn't have it. It's been you know, we're adding it. It just prevents like some of the sort of like weird abuse cases that you'll get of like you know, I'm going to just preload the exact place where the boss is going to stand with all of the effects, and then you know, the boss doesn't even get a chance to move before it dies. So yeah, it's just to prevent that kind of thing.
Okay. A little bit of a quality of life feature regarding the endgame and tablets. Right now, tablets, they have different icons on them, but it's really hard to differentiate, especially since there's no like stash tab for them. Is there
Yeah, we can probably sort that out. Like I agree that that's something that we just need to fix. I actually brought it up like yesterday with someone, so we might even see if we can fix that before the release. It's possible.
Yeah,
but I'll see. I'll check out on that.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, I agree. It could be.
When you say fix that, do you mean change the different like symbols to make them look visually different enough, or do you mean actually give me a fucking stash tab? Because that should have been 6 months ago. I'd be very excited to get a stash tab. Please.
Okay. This is a fun one here. So the Path of Exile 2 campaign, swapping gears entirely. Are you satisfied with the current difficulty curve for the campaign?
I would say that I mostly am, but there have been some cases where we had problems with weapon types during campaign. Mark mentioned this basically, where you just had holes in the progression and you wouldn't really appreciate why it was as a player, but like it meant you just didn't get upgrades for your weapon for pretty significant periods of time in some cases. And so we've effectively plugged those now so that the weapon progression should feel a bit better as you go through. And that should mean that like if you fell into a hole with regard to not being able to get a weapon upgrade in certain places, which was like just an issue, for a lot of the time, then yeah, that should be sorted out at least. But that being said, like you do want some things to be harder and some things to be easier. Like generally speaking, what we want is like towards the end of an act, it like ramps up in difficulty and gets a bit harder, and then when you have the next act, you get a little bit of a downgrade again. So you get that sort of feeling of relief a little bit of like, now I'm just fighting regular trash monsters again, and then it kind of ramps up again to get harder again. So that's kind of the ideal curve that we get, and to sort of make things not feel too flat, like you get a bit of variety of experiences.
I'm glad you brought up the weapon drop thing, because that's something that's been brought to my attention quite a bit, and I've experienced it too, where the difference between someone who gets that lucky drop and someone who doesn't. I mean, you can have a 30-second boss fight or a 3-minute long boss fight, and some people, they can't last that entire 3 minutes, unfortunately, and they end up just giving up. Right. So it sounds you guys adjusted essentially seeding.
Well, what more mostly is was just that you'd have situations where you'd have like gaps of like 28 levels before you got a DPS upgrade, just because of the way the weapon types happen to be.
Yeah.
And like that's obviously not right. So like it should. I'm not going to say it will prevent you from ever having a situation where you would not get a good weapon, but it certainly should reduce the number of cases where that happens quite a lot, just by virtue of improving that.
This also feeds into a topic you guys spoke about a few other days, where there's power in your gear and there's power in more deterministic avenues, the passive tree, your skill gems and all that. And I think during the campaign, it's one area where people can drop off entirely, where if they're not lucky and they're not getting gear upgrades, they can't go somewhere and farm power in their gems or, get more levels in the passive tree, because it's not as powerful if they don't get, that gear drop. So do you have any, we talked about this before. Do you have any ideas for like maybe pushing players to the shop or doing the crafting tutorial I know we spoke about a few months ago, so like the new players, so they know, like I do, well, just go check the shop when you level up, you're probably going to get a weapon upgrade there. Gamble with the gambler, you're going to get a massive upgrade there. Is that something you would look to put into the game sometime soon?
Well, okay, so I do definitely want to put a thing about crafting, a tutorial for crafting, because I do know that's something that's like less obvious. I would sort of hope that people don't need to know about the fact that like there's a shop there, right? I mean, they're there, right? Like it should be relatively clear. Like that one, I don't think there's any like misunderstanding about that. I guess, funnily enough, I think that's more of a PoE1 player experience thing, where like they expect the shop items to be bad. I think people who weren't PoE1 players would generally expect that the shop items can be good, because most games do have good shop items. It's just really PoE1 that doesn't. So that could kind of be that kind of issue that's going on with that particular one. As for gambling, I mean, yeah, like people try that generally. I think that's kind of mostly okay. So it's really the crafting, I think, that if you're a new player and you don't understand how the crafting works, that can be the thing. Yeah, as I said, that's why we want to do a tutorial there. But I mean, look, you can always grind for items, and you will find better upgrades and stuff like that. You can do it. And the other thing, of course, we want to push you towards is like do more of the side quests, do more of those like extra power giving things that are on the map. And so that might be more we'd want to push people towards, because those ones will both give you more drops, but also give you more specific rewards and all sorts of stuff. Like if you're missing out on those, and you're having a hard time, that'd be where you go like to fix your issue. And we've sort of had a bit of a hard time communicating those as much like as what some other games have done. So I think that's probably where I'd want to try and improve the communication there.
That sounds good. Elaborating a little bit on the crafting side of things. The last league we had Abyss and we had the bones and that crafting, and we had the special lich modifiers. That was all super cool. It led a lot of people though to go use resources outside of game, because these things, these omens, these bones, they're very valuable and people didn't want to waste them, right? Or they end up just selling them. And do you have any thoughts on whether or not you guys would ever implement some in-game resource where it tells you, okay, this item has these particular affixes and you can roll these specific modifiers because it has these tags, like all that information in game, because it's all there. You go to PoE 2DB or you go to like Craft of Exile, and it's all in the files. It's just not in game. Is that too, like, I don't know, Are you
So
interacting
I
with the
guess there's a
UI
couple
too
of
much or something? Or
So there's a couple of things about that. So we'd have to make some kind of like I'm not totally against doing this as like a kind of like a mod database almost type of situation, maybe. But I do worry that it will like when you're actually new, that it will still have steer you away. So like I kind of want to find a way to do that that doesn't feel wrong.
Mhm.
We did at one point talk about having like a crafting system type window thing that would like help you with that, but
Yeah.
it kind of didn't really end up going anywhere for various reasons.
I like that
But,
idea.
that being said, like in some cases with the omens in particular, you had like the homogenizing omens were kind of one of those things where you would have to really using those like does require information that like the game wasn't really giving you. But I think the better in situation in that regard, like for various reasons, was to get rid of them. Like,
They
but
were a
look, there's
bit
always
strong.
going to be cases where you can get advantage by going to information sources out of game. Like it's definitely going to be the case.
Right, yeah.
So like on some level, you kind of you've lost that battle before you even started. So I think that surfacing what mods can generate is interesting, and maybe we should do that. But I don't know that I go too much further than that. That's probably about the limit of what I'd say that I'd want to do.
Yeah. No need for like tutorial, just a resource in game to read, just so people
Right.
are aware of what's going to happen. Right. I remember
Right.
I was so excited when I saw like, oh,
I am still sad they got rid of homogenizing, but I'm not at all surprised that they got rid of homogenizing. That was disgustingly strong, right?
the Kurgol modifier and the Ulaman, I was like, oh, what are these? What could they be? And then I thought, oh man, this is probably really costly if I end up using it without, investigating first. So
Right.
sometimes it can discourage people from experimenting and just lead to, okay, I'm going to list it on the trade marketplace and not touch it. So that's good to hear. Now, I saw a little bit of confusion on the forums about the increased monster hit points and how ailment thresholds will scale with that. I saw some devs maybe saying, oh, well, those are two different stats in PoE 2. They don't correlate. Have you guys thought about how monsters are going to have higher health now and how that interacts with player ailments?
I don't know actually what happened with this. My assumption would be that the ailment threshold would not be affected. That's my assumption.
Okay.
But I don't actually know that for sure, so I'd have to actually ask someone to find out what happened with that. But I don't.
Just real quick. For me personally, I liked homogenizing, and I would have probably been on the side of, hey, let's just keep it. But also, if I was in that room with that discussion, I probably wouldn't put up a big fight for it either. I'd be like, I'd rather keep it. And they'd be like, oh, but it's bad for the game for these reasons. And I'd be like, you're right. You're right. But I just liked the power I got. I liked the ability to craft whatever I wanted. But you're probably right. It probably shouldn't be there. But that doesn't mean I didn't like it. Right?
Don't believe it is our intention to make ailments harder to apply, so I would imagine that we would just sort that out. Yeah, like that's not something that we would intentionally do, I would say.
Okay, that's good to hear. Good to hear. Okay, this is a question about bosses again. Now, in PoE 2, Pinnacle bosses are the only bosses that I know of that have drop tables. No other mob type has it in the game. Is this something you would look forward to adding to the campaign and specific bosses of zones, sort of like Divination card drops in PoE 1, so people in solo self-found or in Trade League can target farm certain unique items and the like? Or is this something you'd like to keep reserved for the Pinnacles?
I think it's really case by case, and I honestly don't have like an overall philosophy about this, other than just to say that like you do want some like fixed rewards are really important to make different content actually be played. So you do need that. So that's like sort of the main reason why we do that. And other than that, I mean, the general drop pool is you want to keep that exciting as well.
Also, you're not just back to chaos spamming. We got like 70 tools for crafting all in one league, and then they took away 2 of them and left us with the other 68. So like, there's still a lot of stuff there. Now, it might have been the most powerful one. I'll give you that. I'll give you that it's the most powerful one. But we've still got a fuckload more crafting than we had before this patch.
Divination card thing we will do eventually in PoE2. Like we've already told people that will come at some point. We've already even given some people free divination cards in those boxes we did ages ago. So we've done that already as well. So that'll happen. I don't have an exact. I'm not going to tell you yet how exactly those are going to be laid out. But yeah, part of the thing you're getting with the divination cards is the ability to target farm certain things. So there'll be an element of that for sure when they do come.
Excited to see that in game. I have 2 MTX questions for you. The first is related to all of these awesome microtransactions having specific effects attached to them. Map devices that track your time in the map, track the number of rares, magic mobs, common mobs in the map, and how they're attached to the actual cosmetic. Is there any way that grinding your games would be able to detach the effect from the cosmetic and let you use it? Because this is some people are saying, oh, I buy this, but I don't want to wear the cosmetic, or I don't want to use the cosmetic, or I want to mash them together. Is that something you guys are aware of and looking into?
Over time, we have been doing more of that, like with.
Like for instance, I don't buy any MTXs anymore that have helmets. I don't care about them because my health is purple in PoE1 anyway. I don't think I can have purple health yet here. Right? No, I cannot. But my health is purple. Right? And so I just don't buy any helmets anymore. That's it. It's just nope, purple. Like that's it. I'd wear the purple HP bar in a heartbeat. Yep. And I have the purple HP bar. So I would start buying other cosmetics if the purple HP bar was separated, right?
The tracking scroll stuff that we've been doing and so on, like for like the sort of global character stats, we've been doing that kind of thing. But then in some cases we do just like part of the excitement and theme of the item is the thing that it does, right? So like. Look, it really is case by case, but like, I mean, yeah, sure, we do hear that, and we have been moving a bit more towards that with certain features, but other ones not. Like, and so with the map device thing, for example, like I think it's kind of important that the map device is part of the, the thing of that. Like, it's right in theme with it, and it's what makes it interesting, and so on. So, yeah, as I said, I wouldn't want us to get away completely from that, but we have been doing more of it in certain cases of splitting the functionality.
Shifting over to transmog, your developers dropped a big bomb on Reddit a few months ago about a transmog system that's in the works that will allow us to permanently unlock some skins. Do you have any update on that and how it works?
No update yet, but it will happen. It's just not done yet.
Okay. People are very excited for that, let me tell you. They love dressing up their characters in PoE. Okay, the interludes. They were introduced last league. They're here again this league, and they were a huge hit. I loved them. I loved how snappy they were. They told like really concise stories, and the action kept flowing.
I've said this a few times in the last week. I'm going to say it again right now because it's topically relevant. The interludes, in my opinion, are the best acts that are in PoE2 by a long shot. I enjoy the interludes more than any other act by a factor. Like they're significantly better.
Now, I'm not asking about a campaign skip. I'm just saying with the reception of interludes, do you see a future in which you have the PoE2 campaign, 6 acts, and then maybe you guys go back and you add a bunch of other interludes and you can run either the campaign, or if you've already beaten the campaign, maybe you run a set of 9 or 12 interludes that are a little snappier. You don't have a lot of dialogue. It seems like a middle ground solution that I don't think I'd have ever thought of before. Kind of interesting.
Well, it's not something that I'd really considered, so I guess I'll just put that in the list of things to think about. But yeah, it's not exactly something in my mind for sure.
Okay.
I mean, look, the thing we've said about the interludes is, yeah, like all that content was really made for endgame. So that's when that we'll put like just extra endgame maps and stuff like that. So we'll use it for that in the short term. But yeah, there's not like a huge amount of dialogue and all that sort of stuff, and that's the stuff that'll go away. And then I guess we could consider using it for some other purpose like that in the future.
It's because you did 3 or 4 of the main acts already like 25 times. It's not. I've done the PoE1 campaign hundreds of times. I couldn't even guess, and I still enjoy the PoE1 campaign. I am a campaign enjoyer. The difference to me between the interludes and the acts in PoE2 is that the acts are very contrived, very long,
many like Act 4 and Act 2 lack direction. I have to like remember orders and pick stuff and do things. Everything feels like it takes forever. The interlude acts are very snappy, relatively straightforward. I don't really get lost in them. I feel like I fight significantly more bosses in significantly less time. It's not even about like the zones or anything. It feels like I'm waffling about in the campaigns a lot. The difference between this objective and that objective is sometimes 20 minutes in the campaign. Whereas in the interlude, I'm fighting one boss and then 4 minutes later, I'm fighting the next boss. Right? Like I don't feel like I'm just waffling about trying to fill time until it's the time for the next boss fight. I feel like I'm heading from one important story event to the next important story event, and I'm just headed straight there. Even though there might be a zone in between, but during the rest of the campaign, it feels like there probably isn't, but it feels like there's 6 zones in between that all don't need to fucking be there. Right? Does that make sense? Like I don't feel like, I just feel like I'm waffling about in the campaign a lot in PoE 2. I'm just sort of wandering as an XP gap to like fill the amount of monsters and XP that is needed to get to the next important objective in that campaign. Whereas in the interludes, I don't get that feeling. I hit a boss or an important objective or an important part of the story, and then I feel like my next job is to head straight from there to the next important thing. Even though I do have to go through a zone quite often. There'll be like a zone that's got nothing in it, but then the next zone is, after that is boom, there's the thing, there's the next important thing. So it just feels better.
Okay.
I guess I could imagine, maybe imagine doing like a custom race or something like that. Or,
Right.
I don't know. There'd be probably some way we could use the content and something like that, maybe.
Okay. We talked about this a little bit earlier with the Ignite on the Wyvern and Incinerate, changing up how Ignite works. A lot of people like the fantasy of hitting monsters really, really fast and applying lots of dots on them, as opposed to just the one big hit magnitude that you need to do in PoE 2 right now to apply a big dot. Is that a fantasy that you guys are going to keep working on implementing with Bleed,
Like
Ignite,
poison?
or elements like that?
We'll probably
Poison.
do some adjustments, but at the, I don't know,
Poison.
like there isn't like an immediately clear, obvious, like here's the change that's going to happen here. Like we're going to have to come up with something different. I think that it's pretty interesting what we've done with the Wyvern, Flame Breath and Incinerate. Like I think that can go some way, but I think it's kind of going to come down to individual skills, like what are different ways for. I wouldn't want to change the system in general, because so in PoE 1 you could kind of do this, but like the specking was just kind of a few different random multiplicative scalars that didn't really make sense, and I kind of didn't love it. You need like a thematically sensible way for it to happen, that also can't be taken advantage of, and like in a negative way. So like it's kind of a little bit tricky. I do understand that like that is a fantasy, but yeah, like it's I think it's going to come down to individual skills and uniques and stuff like that to sort of enable that. Maybe even a keystone. Like there was some discussion of like a keystone to change Ignite into more of a different way to apply it, but we didn't quite work out exactly how that could work yet.
Guys, you're talking about poison. Just instead of having poison be green Ignite, make poison again.
But yeah, I don't think it's going to be like the core way it works. It'll be more just like unlocked by other mechanics, I would say.
Okay. You were talking about builds that you guys were designing for the Druid. You're going to release them in a few videos leading up to launch. For any patch in the past, was there a build that you guys discovered or thought about that maybe it's no longer viable, maybe it is, that you guys were really excited for, but nobody discovered it? Is there anything you can think of?
Don't know if I can really remember anything particularly. The players usually find much more stuff than what we find, quite frankly.
Okay.
There's just so many more of them, so it's kind of hard to hide things, I would say, as far as mechanics go, because yeah, people uncover them for sure. The much more likely scenario would be that there was something we thought was viable that ended up not being, but nothing comes to mind about that.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask, is there anything that you were like, oh man, this is going to be so busted,
nothing
and
comes to mind, unfortunately.
then the players are like, wow, this is total crap, Jonathan. We don't want to play this at all. Okay.
Now she'll stop
Question about the future of PoE 2 and PoE 1. I know a few interviews ago you mentioned that you guys are you're looking to hire some producers for the team to help with like the project management loads. Long term, you know, in an ideal world, are you looking at having grinding your games with a Path of Exile 1 team, a Path of Exile 2 team, and some people that work between the teams? Or do you really like the atmosphere that you've curated where people are, you know, working on PoE 1, working on PoE 2, they swap between them constantly every 2 months?
We have been splitting people up a little bit more, and that's mostly because like having to deliver something every 2 months is really quite hard.
Right.
Like just mentally in terms of people,
Burnout.
you know, trying to work on this stuff. So like we've actually been doing that a little bit more. And I mean, look, eventually it would be good if like, you know, most people can only have to worry about a release every 4 months rather than 2. So that would kind of be the goal. But yeah, you know, it requires like, you know, having 2 of everything, right? Like you have to have people that can do every single job but twice,
Right.
Which isn't always necessarily easy. So yeah, we'll move towards that, but it's just going to take time.
Okay. With your Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2 leagues, I've noticed, especially the past 2, I'd say Keepers of the Flame and Abyss, you guys have really gone in to adding more story flourishes, and this is something I kind of care about, like Aelith's story. I guess I won't spoil it for people who haven't played it yet, but Aelith and the whole Keepers of the Flame story was really, really interesting. Is that something your narrative team is really keen on like evolving as each patch comes out? Now we have interactive dialogue, we have these cool Easter eggs and all that. Is that something that they're like, they have more bandwidth to do now, or?
We've hired a lot more narrative people recently. Like the team's much bigger, so that's why that's sort of starting to happen.
Oh, really?
In fact, we just had another one start on Monday. So yeah, like the team's expanding in that regard, and yeah, that's why we're now able to do a lot of the stuff that we previously just weren't really able to do. So yeah, it's definitely something that we've improved a lot.
Okay. Yeah, I really appreciate those extra little touches too. So as a lore enjoyer myself. Okay, I have a bunch of rapid fire questions for you, Jonathan. I maybe they'll inspire some discussion, but they might be simple as well. And then I have one thing to close out everything with. Okay. So first, we were planned to get a pathing import for the passive skill tree in PoE 2. Is there any status on that? Is that still coming?
I don't have the status for it, but it still is planned. So I still want to get that.
Okay. How about sprint? Okay, I think after a few days of clunkiness, I love it. Okay, but I was very frustrated and I was dying a lot those first few days. Is there any opportunity to add a specific keybind for sprint where it does your roll into the sprint, but it's just not on your dodge key? That's something that could happen?
That'd be great.
So I hadn't heard anyone ask for that specific thing about like still doing the roll.
Yeah, like a separate.
So what
keybind
are you
entirely.
suggesting that when you press it, it would continue sprinting even if you weren't holding it, or are you saying just so that you don't have the ability, like so you don't have the potential for accidentally running?
That's it.
In my mind, just real quick, this should be a toggle, and it should be about like basically you could set one as the default behavior and one as something you like tick off, but I don't want to be able to press and hold to sprint. I want to have to double tap to sprint. So if I am rolling, I can roll and maybe I double tap to keep sprinting instead. Other options are like shift or whatever, but like something else to have them slightly separated would be good, because I have been stunned because I was sprinting when I didn't mean to, and that has resulted in me losing maps.
Because some people have really fat fingers, and they mean to dodge, they go into the sprint, and bam, they get stunned out of it.
Right.
So,
I guess we could do that. Like we could have it so that you can like separate the two out, but they're by default combined. I suppose that would be an option.
Okay.
I'll ask about that. That might be something we can do.
okay, yeah,
It also
that'd be
has to
great for
doable on a
people with fat
controller.
fingers
Yeah,
like
that's
myself.
why I think double tapping.
All right, this
feels
one
like...
I know it's been done to death as well, but I think it would help a lot of new players. Death recap, even a simple one. Is that something you guys want to add?
I mean, at some point probably, but unfortunately not really on the cards in the near future.
Okay. So for map modifiers and for items, is there the possibility to add in color coding for prefixes and suffixes and certain modifiers for PoE 2?
I'd actually prefer not, because I don't like items to turn into a rainbow. Like I think it really hurts how they look. So it's just one of those things that I don't really love.
That only has to happen
Like
when
a
you press
hotkey?
Alt.
Yeah, so I'm not a fan of it personally.
Not a fan of it. How about map modifiers? Like being able to highlight certain map modifiers, or is that
I suppose it's similar where it just
Similar
like
'cause
turns
it's
into
an
a bit of
item?
a rainbow in the end, which is I'm
Okay.
not a huge fan of.
okay? All right, for all my acolyte of Chayula lovers out there, all 1% of them, are you planning on adding like chaos attacks to the quarterstaff anytime soon to maybe build out the acolyte?
I don't have a specific thing there. Probably one of the major things we need to do is just work and just rework chaos generally. Like I would say that it needs like some kind of ailment or something. Like we need something for it to do more than what it's doing. So yeah, like we need to do a full chaos rework really, I would say.
Okay. Performance improvements for opening the Atlas. I know you mentioned this. Are we still going to get the black screen when we open the Atlas right now?
That probably, I need to check on that. I haven't like looked at that specific thing personally. But yeah, like the reason why it does that is because it's loading shaders in the background, and so that is there isn't a huge amount we can do about that because we're kind of at the whim of the display driver. One thing I will just say generally is if you have problems with black screens in general, deleting a shader cache can improve it potentially if you've got a full shader cache. So just like do that from time to time, or reinstall your graphics driver as well. That could help. But yeah, if you get a really long scene there, it can be because of that. But yeah, like unfortunately, it's just shaders need to load. But you also don't want to load them before you open the Atlas because that would just be wasting your memory. So
Right.
Yeah, that's the reason why it's like that.
Okay, so clean your keyboard, clean your monitor, and clear your shader cache before Friday, guys. That's what you want to do.
Yeah.
Okay, the slash passives command we have in PoE 1 that shows us which passives we
Yes,
missed.
please.
Possibility of getting that in PoE 2 so we can see it all in one place instead of like scrolling over all the map icons.
I think a better solution to that would be to integrate it somehow into the world screen because like that's kind of what's showing you like. So for example, like maybe there should be maybe there should be like a pop down thing that says like 0 out of 3 passive things done or something like like something like that. Like there'd be some way to integrate it there probably that I think I'd prefer to just a
I
chat
agree.
command.
I agree.
And that would probably be the way to do that, I reckon.
Yeah, I like that. All right, this one, people going crazy asking about it. I don't think it's ever going to happen. Auto sort inventory, Jonathan. What is your philosophy on this? Is that ever going to happen?
Well, I mean, if I ever do that, then Chris will come rolling out of his grave to kill me. So, like I've got to bear that in mind as a downside.
True. He's still
Yeah, it's
in
the
New
whole
Zealand.
item weight thing, right?
Yeah.
It's the whole item weight thing. It's very it's one of those things of like it goes down the road of like items not even mattering and like you never actually see them. You never.
No, I've got this image of Chris in just like shorts and a Hawaiian shirt, carrying like a mocktail style like drink, just in the office, kicking down the door, and just being like, "What is going on?" Like full on like holiday attire because he's like retired, right? Even though it seems like he can't stop himself from working, he's just doing other things now. But like the idea is that he's like in the full on like 55-year-old successfully retired dude with just like a Hawaiian shirt and like a beach cocktail style drink in like flip-flops. But he's just like angry storming back into the office and kicking down the door because we've implemented auto sort. And I just think it's hilarious.
Interact with them, like that kind of stuff, right? That's the concern, and it always has been about that stuff. So I mean, even the stuff we do have around like item affinities and so on made Chris pretty uneasy. But that was still really important. That was one that I actually came up with as like a way to sort of make it so that you still interact with stuff, but you still have some level of automation with regard to the stash. Like that kind of thing, has been good. But the auto sort I think might be a little bit of a bridge too far. But maybe there could be a world, as I said, like the proponents against that, and like not necessarily as loud as they were before. So I suppose maybe, but I'm not a fan personally.
I mean, how fast did the call come from Chris when async trade was implemented into the game?
Well, he certainly was concerned about it. I'll tell you that. He was certainly very concerned about it. But I managed to sell him in the end. I sold him in the end, and then he was on board. So,
okay,
yeah.
well, that's good to hear. I'm glad you guys are on good terms with that. Okay, now this one. This one right here. Okay, profanity filter on console. Apparently, there's no profanity filter. Is that something you guys could implement on console?
Fuck no.
Yeah, I don't know if that's you or Sony.
Radar.
Maybe.
It wasn't on my radar at all. Is there normally an option in the game for that?
I don't know. get profanity
Okay.
filtered
I'm
out.
like completely. I actually know nothing about this whatsoever. I'm
Oh.
like just zero understanding of the situation with this.
Yo, I don't know. People
Yeah.
they don't like seeing swear words. I guess they're like me.
Sure. I mean, it was not even a thing anyone's ever mentioned to me before.
Okay. Shapeshift MTX when? Why was there not a Druid supporter pack, Jonathan? What is this? Come on.
Well, there are going to be some MTX for Druid, but I just think they're not in the packs, so therefore you didn't announce them.
Oh, cool.
That's because the packs that we sell like that, they generally we try not to make them specific to a class, right? Because those are the kind of like the real money, like things that get you the points. So the stuff you spend the points on, those are the ones that are going to be specific to classes, and therefore that's where all the different bear forms and things like that are going to be. In fact, I think that there are all the skills have something for the Druid, right off the bat this time. Which is something I don't think we've ever managed to do before.
Could you leak a bear form MTX? Is there like a handout?
Unfortunately, not really my department, so I'm not going to do that. But yeah, there's some there's some stuff there.
Okay. Two more quick questions, Jonathan. One, I don't know if you're aware of this. I hope I'm not getting you in trouble or anyone in GGG in trouble. There was a Twitch drop where somebody was adjusting their glasses, the Exile's Treasurer decoration. It was really interesting. It stood out to me. How did you feel about GGG immortalizing you in game?
I wasn't made aware of that one before it happened, so whatever. It's just whatever.
It's good. It's really good.
Wait,
okay?
I know nothing about this.
It is right next to my stash. I have it there. He talks about how poor I am. Unfortunately, I'm not bringing enough gold in, but it's a good MTX. I noticed it immediately. It's a good little Easter egg. Okay. To close us out, obviously you guys are revisiting at Ziri in this expansion. First out, was it kind of exciting or nostalgic to go back to at Ziri because she was like the very first expansion to Pee-wee 1, Sacrifice of the Val, and that was the first big endgame boss? How did that feel on your end?
For sure. I mean, people have a lot of love for Atzeri, so there was also this whole, everyone was very keen to make sure we get it right in terms of how she looks and everything. Like, a bunch of people came out of the woodwork to have to have opinions about that. So there was a lot of that. There was a lot of that stuff going on with the trailer and everything as well. So that was a big one for sure. So I think it turned out very well, and we've got a pretty awesome version of Atzeri for the that kind of lives up to what we were what people had in their imagination, I suppose, from the previous version of what they were seeing. So that's been a lot of fun for sure.
Now, it was very exciting to see. Everything was framed very well in the trailers. People were quite excited. Now, I have a lore question for you. Doriani says at Ziri communes with the beast. Unofficial interpretation from Jonathan. What does that mean, communing with the beast?
Well, I guess you'll have to wait to see the beast and Atzeri in the game to find that out. But you'll see, I suppose, is the answer to that.
Okay.
Play the game on the 12th, and then you'll find out the answer to that question.
All right, there we go. That's why you hired all the narrative designers to get this at Ziri storyline in the game. I see.
Sure.
Okay, well, Jonathan, this was a pleasure as always. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to sit down, take questions from the community, explain your thoughts. It's always great. Really appreciate it, man.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Okay, well, you have 4 more days until the launch. I wish you well.
For sure.
I hope everything goes great. I hope I hope there's not as many bugs as people expect in the league.
I'm sure
launch.
there can be some, but yeah, hopefully we should be right.
Server's not on fire. Everything good. It's the Christmas patch. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
New player peak. We'll see. Okay.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Jonathan. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. What did you guys think about it?
Okay, well, most importantly, there are wolves as a spirit gem, not just as the garbage. If you're standing on your left leg on a Tuesday morning and you attack with your right arm, then you can spawn a wolf. I can actually just get 6 wolves, so that's exciting. Because I was not looking forward to standing on my left leg on a Tuesday morning hoping to attack with my right arm so that I could get some wolves. That was not something I was looking forward to.
So I'm pretty keen for that.
I smell your blood, and I am ravenous.
I am, however, still a little bit torn. Ooh, because I feel like I kind of want to start a Chronomancer now that I heard about that Incinerate buff. You press cross slash while when they're marked. Yeah. Yes. I do know I made it sound a little more difficult than it is. But like, conditional minions has never been something I love. I want
From the desert.
minions.
From the Vastiri. Yes. Find her. Kill her. But first, please, stop the madness. As you wish. We must make haste. Let us return to Clearfell to make our preparations.
And by the way, conditional wolves just seemed like another unearth. Yeah, which is already a skill I don't like and leaves my bar very quickly. Right? Night modification will Wyvern a potential addition to Incinerate. Well, they said they added it the same thing to Incinerate as well. Good news. That build that I was playing that I really enjoyed was already using Incinerate and was already decent. So I'm kind of like, you know, semi-tempted to be like, yeah, no. What if I started a Chronomancer into the time stop build again? Like, it was solo self-foundable, it had great clear, it had acceptable single target, and the amount of times that I giggled while saying it's my turn now was incredibly high. That was such a fun thing to do. It might not be the best, but it was such a fun thing to do, to be like, and it's my turn. And it just, that was it. And like, now it'll be able to stack up its ignite. I'm glad you had a good time with that. It was so much. I don't think it's the strongest build I played. I don't even think it's the strongest build I played that league. I think I've played a stronger build every league. I have not played a more fun build than that in PoE 2. I was just giggling the whole time. Every time there was a boss, it was like, and it's my turn. It was just... And so, like, I'm real tempted to just do that again. Can you be a Wyvern Chronomancer? Can you be a Wyvern Chronomancer? Do you have a video of that? Of the it's my turn now thing? Maybe. I don't know if I made a video on it because I was directly copying somebody else's build. I think it was this guy, Nextra. So essentially, this is what would happen. It was ED Contagion, right? For all map clear, it was just ED Contagion. So we don't need to show you what ED Contagion looks like. That's just, it looks, this looked like that, right? But then when it was boss time, you would do this, which is hilarious. You would go, here's an ED Contagion, time stop. It's my turn now. And you just fucking incinerate it while it's frozen. Oh, no, my turn. I actually have 2 charges of that. It was so much fun. I tried that build. It was hard to get going. I did it in solo self-found. It was absolutely not hard to get going. It required nothing. The only thing of importance was this was really, really good. This was a really, really good thing to get, but it was also pretty easy to get. Right? Because it has debuffs you inflict have 30% increased slow magnitude is really, really nice. I'm just gonna flip on campaigns doing ZDPS. No. I think especially during the campaign, both Druid class and Talismans will be very good. I am hesitant about Talismans overall in the end game right now because we haven't seen anything that looks good, right? But in the campaign, I am very confident that they will go fine. The direction to action speed and not just movement speed. Yep. Anyway, this was by far my most fun build I played, which is what makes me like tempted to do it again, even though it's not minions, which is what would be expected of me. I'll link you this one. And that's this guy, Nextra, who I should hit subscribe on. He's only got like 1,000 subscribers, but the videos was really good. The build was amazing. It was so much fun. And it wasn't even that strong. The DPS wasn't that high. But like, do you need high DPS when it's just your turn the whole time? Like the boss stops. He just stops and stays there and waits. Yeah. Was it disgustingly high single target? No. Did that fucking matter? No. Right? And he goes, nope, I do time things. No, that is untrue. People also said that when I was starting it, and it turns out it was not true at all. You can do Trial of Sekimas and you can stop the time guy, and he just stops. Even though his whole thing is controlling time, you control time better. No, you time stop. Yeah, exactly. He freezes that guy in the video you just showed. Ah, nice. Right, I'll be back in just a second. But yeah, this was, you know, I'm real tempted. It's just, it seems really stupid for content reasons to not start a new class. Like, I feel like I should be starting, I feel like I'm supposed to start a druid minion build. And there are new specters. But like, Play Druid afterwards. I mean, if I can come up with a way or figure out a way to make a Wyvern Chronomancer work, that would be the play in my mind. Be like, fuck Druid. Do the Wyvern flame breath thing on a Chronomancer would be just fucking mwah. Right? Time freeze flame breath. Yeah. That would be really cool. Right. I will be back in just a second.
doing shelving again? Yo, that cost me 3 hours. Fucking ADHD brain.
Countess has escaped with the beast. Every attempt to control it has ended in
Yeah, so it ramps and that'll be interesting.
pursue her.
That'll be very interesting.
We should find the Marikath caravan.
Well, my lady.
This out, whatever it takes.
So, the Marikath. Time to show them what I can do. Scatter before me! Suffer and die!
That's not new though. Infernalist has had that node forever, right? Local Flame can get 61% via corruption. True. Didn't one of the I mean, I guess we don't have the official like final things, but doesn't one of the druids have like 5% fizz taken as each element? That's pretty cool. I don't mind that. Yeah, plus the adaption thing, which is, I think, gonna make it better. Is LA still gonna be king? I think so. I think if you're into that sort of thing, I think Lightning Arrow is probably still the best build in the game by a pretty decent shot.
Infection!
Reputation plus Fizzazz. True. True. Still seems quite strong though.
Another corpse to serve me.
And 80% physical damage taken as alien chaos. Ooh. Ooh. 91% of hit fizz taken as element is pretty big.
Up there, the leader of the pack. I need more time.
I wonder if they'll fix this bug. Second easiest boss in the game. Come on, buddy. Oh no, he's got a reset.
Too soon.
Oh, he's not doing the reset properly. What's happening? Well, he doesn't normally. This is the bad reset. There are two ways that this guy will reset when you do this. This is the bad way because he's constantly regenning. The good way is that he fights you like normal, but none of the environmental stuff happens. I like that way better because it's a much quicker fight. You do have to engage with some things, but otherwise, all you have to do is reset him. You just like run away and come back. You just like reset him and then you don't have to fight. But normally, this is the rare one. He doesn't normally reset like this. He normally resets, and then you fight him like normal, but none of the environmental stuff happens. Like the stuff from the edges where they throw spears and shit at you, that stuff is normally skipped. Quinn DPS. It does kind of look like that, but it's important to know what's happening right now, which is that this mob is fully in the mode of resetting, as in he's regenning like 20% of his health per second. Ugh. I let my ED fall off. There we go.
Ambush.
Doesn't look very bony. Yeah, I changed my mind.
So many corpses, so little time.
I'm really tempted to make a chronomancer. Really tempted to be a chronomancer instead. Without hitting the cap. Not to my knowledge. That is one of the like just awkward things that you have to manage when you're trying to do it.
Whatever it takes.
Who goes there? I only hope. Browse as long as I shall put this to use. Goodbye.
I really want the tree. I really want to look at the tree and the new abilities. I really want to do a... I really want to see a wyvern fucking thing. They level the chronomancer. Oh, it's just ED contagion. It's the chronomancer is an ED contagion build most of the time, right? It just uses incinerate for single target to do a buttload more damage, and with incinerate's presumably quite huge buff, it should be great. And it uses this node to make sure that it still does chaos damage over time with the incinerate and the ignite that comes by it. So you still just get to scale chaos damage over time, even though it's technically an ignite. Over plant lover. Well, but the other thing is, we heard there's a spirit gem for 6 wolves as well. So now I know that my wolves are not reliant on standing on my left foot on a Tuesday morning and attacking with my right hand. Now I know I'm going to have some wolves. So now, like all the time, I'm going to enter a fight with wolves. So now I'm even more interested in the... I want to play both.
Farad'n have been up to no good in the hills of Morden.
So what does that tell about there? Oh, does he get to swap? Yeah. But then, like, I feel like if I don't do minions, then I'm letting down the minion enjoyers who come to me for the minion things. And I'm leaving you in the hands of Ghazi, who thought cocaine ants were better. Like, that, is that fair? Like, did a video about it? Did you see it? No. Like, that was the biggest buff to minions in the patch notes. The biggest buff to specters in the patch notes was removing the cocaine ants as specters, because they were already not the ones you should have been running, but somehow Ghazi had convinced people they were better. And so removing them means more people are going to come over to the zealots, which are the actual minions you should have been running. And so you're going to have a better time playing minions now, because you're playing the right minion now, because they took away the bad one that we shouldn't have been using to begin with.
Death is my power to wield.
I can hardly tell.
Well, well, it appears a sort of necromancy took place here.
Oh, we saw that again. Songs to try. Ah, good point. Should be somewhere around there. Sounds that you can hear but aren't so loud that they're overwhelming. Should be somewhere around there. Oh, hello. Why they're destroying cocaine ants in PoE? Is he going to try and tell you that they were too powerful because they were already not the Spectre you should have been running?
The music starts and we're on the floor. And out comes GGG in a beautiful dress, 4 titties, barely anything covering them. The cleavage is down to her belly button, and we start moving. We start dancing. We go dancing. It's beautiful. And then the music stops. Everybody goes to the bar, grab a drink. Great. We enter the new league. She says, Cassie, I'm just gonna go powder my nose in the bathroom. I'll be back. And what we do is we gotta get him another beer. We go out on the dance floor. We wait for this woman to come back. Queen Itsubi comes back. We don't recognize her. I don't know what's happened. It's the Queen of Filth all of a sudden. She gets up close and starts smooching us and shit. And we're like, hell no. And we get off the dance floor. Like, what the fuck? Put on our glasses and realize we were just way too fucking drunk or high or whatever the fuck, to understand what the fuck was going on. What happened is that we have this dance with GGG on a consistent basis. We choose the best looking shit ever, and then they're gonna nerf the fucking shit and give us Queen of Filth instead. And then what we do is, instead of going back dancing with whatever the fuck that was, we go look at, you know, what is available. That's what we do. We scout. We're on the prowl. We're hunting. And then we find the next Atsubi and we say, yo, here for a dance. And then we go up on the dance floor and we go dancing and we have a good time for the entire league, you know? And then the next league, the same thing happened. And that's an ongoing dance. It happens in PoE1 all the time. And we just go for a consistent, ongoing, back and forth dance maneuver. We play with the best shit, it gets nerfed. We take the next one. We play with the best shit, it gets nerfed. We play with the next one. That's basically what we're doing.
Okay, except your specters weren't the best one to begin with. Think you were already drunk when you were looking at her.
Infection.
Are you a hater? I'm a cocaine ant hater. They weren't good. They were only good when you were doing content that was so significantly easier than what you should have been doing. Because of their like movement speed and the leap and everything, it made the clear look amazing whenever you were doing something so easy that you could one tap everything. As long as you were massively stronger than the content you were doing, then cocaine ants were the best. They look great. But if you tried to do anything like on level or while under geared or like try and do, you know, proper content, they didn't hold up. Off topic. Do the chronomancer, the wyvern, pyromancer, dragon. I mean, okay, but the dragon thing is an attack, not a spell. So I won't be able to use Black Covenant to convert it. It'll have to be a fire. It'll have to be an actual ignite. So like, what do I use in the interim? What do we use when it's not dragon breath time? Like with the normal chronomancer, it's essence drain contagion and then a big single target thing. What do I use when it's essence drain contagion time?
Another corpse to serve me.
Incinerate. You need to cast a bunch of other stuff for Incinerate. Incinerate gains charge as you use mana and then expends that charge when you cast it. Maybe? I have to think about it a little.
They kind of broken support combos. Yeah. Yeah, what we need is the actual skills and the tree. Once we have the skills and the tree, that's when we can like actually figure it out and make decisions, right? So I tell you what, at this point, my backup, if I can't figure out something else to do, is just to do a minion druid build, right? Play around with the new minions, play around with the new specters, start with the default shaman because it's going to have 120 spirit for free, and then like change into the other one eventually. That's our backup. That's how, if I can't find a way to make like cool chronomancer things work, or if we just don't have enough information, then that's our backup. And if we have to do that, then that makes the second build a chronomancer, right? That means the chronomancer becomes the second build. If I just don't have enough information to start it, it becomes a second build. Pape Forge nerf was brutal though.
Fire and iron.
Yeah.
Flesh
Yeah, it was.
flame? Shut your mouth, traitor! Burn, burn, burn! Be breath! Burn, burn, burn! Burn, oppressors! Watch out! Die, die, die!
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, we both, oh yes, we both, oh yes, we both reach for the gun, the gun, the gun, the gun, oh yes, we both reach for the gun, for the gun. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, we both, oh yes, we both, oh.
Quickly, break the lock.
Or the other default could be that you just make the normal incinerate ED contagion chronomancer and just have my league start be that fucking smooth with the stop button for all the bosses while I'm the least geared and the most vulnerable. Just having the fucking fuck you stop
Who goes
button
there? Take your time.
is another option.
My wares, I shall put this to use.
I want to do 3 league starts at once. Forcing yourself to play until you eventually rerolled. Yeah, and it was because minions were so fucking bad. They were so disappointing, and it's so slow. And like, even the good ones, like when the problem with minions is when you're playing minions in PoE 2, you sort of try and convince yourself that it's good because your minion build is better than everyone else's minion build, which was the case for me. I was doing the best version. I found the best minion, and my minion build was better than everyone else's minion build. And therefore I try and convince myself it's good because I'm doing so much better than the other people playing minions.
A projectile that
Right up until you play something that isn't a minion build, and then you go, what the fuck was I doing? That was so bad. And it was the best version. And then you're like, what is it doing? You play something else and you're just like, what was I even doing here? What? I had the best minion build I could possibly have, and it was gutter trash compared to just every other thing. And you're like, what was I doing? Yeah, you're right. Fuck it. Nah, fuck minions, actually. I'm not doing it. Minions is gonna actually have to convince. Minions are gonna actually have to apologize to me before I play them again in PoE 2. Actually, they're gonna have to show me some love. I'm gonna have to. It's someone else's problem. It's someone else's problem to show me minions that are worth playing. I don't want to. It was so bad. This is like when he said he wasn't going to play Holy Relic. No, this is the exact opposite. Because I didn't want to play Holy Relic because I felt like I've played so much Holy Relic, I really should do something different. Whereas this time, I feel like I should start minions because people expect me to, but I don't want to. Right? Like, it's very different from Holy Relic. It's like, I don't want to. They're not fun. If they gave me a Holy Relic of Conviction, then I would 100% be doing it. Right? I think I'm gonna start with a time stop Chronomancer. I think I'm not even touching Druid. I think I'm gonna be the one out of every 70 content creators that isn't using a talisman or a Druid ascendancy. Because everyone else is gonna be doing it anyway. Everyone else is gonna be doing it anyway. Right? Like, that's 69 out of 70 streamers are gonna be playing either a Druid or some other class with the talismans. Right? Like, that's gonna be everywhere you go. And then there's gonna be like Fubgun playing bows or crossbows or whatever. And then I'm just gonna be going, it's my turn now, fuck you. And the boss is just gonna stop it there and just not do anything. And then where my clicks are gonna come from is when I have clips of like fighting at Zeri at the end of day 1, and where everyone else is trying to fight at Zeri, and I'm just like, stop, my turn. Burp. and then it dies, and I don't fuck with the mechanics at all. And then they're gonna be like, see, this thing, fuck you. a second, so what if I just do a minimal nanosec incinerate and kills them faster than you can time stop? I mean, I'll still have the incinerate. If I check for incinerate and then I'll link it. I already did. This one, right? I mean, I'm not going to be copying this build one-to-one. Last time I did it, I already changed it. I like having like more defenses and shit, but you just sort of, with the incinerate buff that's happening, like you just sort of, it's my turn now, and then you get to go. Right? You're just like, actually it's my turn, and they just stop, and they just stay there, and they just wait for you to kill them. And you get to league start ED Contagion, which is like a fantastic, smooth, solid thing. Look at it. Look, it's his turn. He time stops. It's his turn. That's his turn. Okay, his turn's over. My turn now. Bye, buddy. And even when you don't stop things, which you do all the time, right? But even when you don't stop things, it has a blasphemy temp chains on, and it also has apex of movement. Enemies in your presence are slowed by 20%. So like between those two, even when things aren't stopped, fuck, they're slow. Right? The only downside is Temporal Rift is trash and I don't care about it. It's basically Echo's ult. So it's sort of like a wasted ascendancy, that one. But you got to get to Time Freeze anyway. And then like your third one is, I don't know, fucking recoups apply faster. I don't even know if you need your fourth ascendancy. It's not very important. Map farming with it with this build, but map farming is just essence drain contagion because you've turned the incinerate ignite into a chaos damage over time, so it scales with all the normal ED contagion stuff. So your ED contagion to map, and then you've just got a time stop and an incinerate channel for single target, and the incinerate channel is getting buffed this league to, instead of being like it's gonna add to ignite ticks, it's gonna have a much bigger ignite basically. Will the ascendancy buff help? Do we take that node? What is the ascendancy buff for them? Crone. Mancer. Chronomancer. No. No. It's gonna do nothing. Ignores the curse limit so we could take it instead. 50% of hit damage doesn't matter. Nah, that doesn't matter at all. Node we weren't taking, and this doesn't make it worth taking. But that's fine. other bosses has he got in here? Oh, so this is just general mapping, right? Which is just general mapping is just ED Contagion, but you've got a temp chains AoE, like with huge area temp chains blasphemy, right? And so like everything is slow all the time, right? And it's my turn. Like who doesn't want this?
This is gonna be an update for the build, the Chronomancer build. It's in a much better place now.
You get Angel Field with 40% reduced pack size. That's sort of the only like concern, but it's only really a minor concern, right? Like, I think it'll be fine, because like it's fine in tier 1 maps, right? And they didn't lower the amount of mobs in tier 1 maps. They just stopped the pack size growth from tier 1 to tier 15, and it's fine when you get to tier 1 maps. And they only stopped the innate growth from tier 1 to tier 15, right? So like you're still gonna get more modifiers on the map. You're gonna start like adding tablets and juice and whatnot, right? Was there to talk about the Valguard buff? Just tuned in. We did much earlier, but yeah, TLDR, Valguard's buffed, but probably not in a meaningful way, except to your eyeballs and your frames. DPS wise, probably the same, but your eyeballs and the frames per second significantly improved. I mean, it's an eyeball. It's an eyeball improvement. Those are important. It's actually like a 29% reduced because it's going from 140 to 100. True as well. Relevant perspectives behind, yes. In fact, I built a little list and I should probably do a video on it. But these 4 are the ones that stood out to me. The one I'm the most excited about is actually the cultist archers, because the cultist archers were almost good enough to begin with. So they might actually be great now. The quadrillas looked cool. It depends on the AI change, but they do have a 100 spirit cost. This guy, however, Vile Vultures, this will be the replacement for the cocaine ants, and they look quite good. They also have quite a lot of life, so they'll be able to do the Infernal Legion shit. They have the leap, they move fast. The Vile Vultures look pretty good. And these Iron Thermatogists that do a pretty good fireball also look pretty good. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 of those that look pretty decent. I will make a video on it. Infernalist still good. Yeah, still Infernalist. I would be a little more tempted by Lich over Infernalist if Cultist Archers are good. If Cultist Archers are good enough, like if they're the one, then I would be tempted to change into Lich. Because Cultist Archers are already Chaos, which means we can start scaling Chaos stuff. We get some chance to inflict Wither from the tree right there, and then Lich gets this thing. Where are you? Oh, that one, the Unholy Might. The Unholy Might is pretty good. I don't think Valguards are the play anyway. You only use Valguards during the campaign because they're the earliest ones you get access to that are good. I like the Zealots The Spark Zealots that I was running are the best minion currently. Ants were never worth running anyway. Spark Spectres were the winner for me, at least. Alright. I'm gonna call it a day. In this 1 week lead up, we're only doing like 5 to 6 hours a day. That's it. We're doing very minimal streams. I'm doing a lot of honestly, mostly just fucking relaxing. But I may look up this, I may do some more research on this build and see if it needs a video as well. And we might make a video about these specters because they're the only ones that look good out of that list to me. I'm gonna call it a day. Not many of my normal people are on that I follow for PoE 2, so we're gonna host outside of PoE. That's fine though. Valguard's got buffed, not destroyed. Please read. Please read. It is the oil grenade, which is the one that caused all the screen cancer and burning ground, but didn't do any meaningful damage, that got its cooldown raised to 11 seconds instead of 2. The normal grenade, the one that actually does damage, that they normally alternate between, that stayed normal. So that's, we're keeping that one, and it's fine. It gonna make the ES more consistent? It should. Alright, I'm gonna run. I will see everybody tomorrow.